This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
All right, you ready, Sonny? We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'd like to welcome everyone to the City of Palatka's January 13th, 2022 meeting. At this time, we're gonna have our invocation by Pastor and Chaplain Alonzo Mulberry, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Jones. Will everyone please stand at this time?
Father, again, we thank you for how good you have been. We thank you because you blessed us to come together once again. Father, we ask for your divine visitation and presence to breathe upon this people. We pray, God, for the wisdom of you, for the guidance, directions, and understanding that's necessary to move the city forward. We pray, God, that you will bless the working minds of your people. We may come together and reason and do those things which are needful and grateful for the city. We thank you because we know you're God. You're still in charge. Protect us, keep us, and help us. In Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen and amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Noted for the record that Tammy McCaskill is not present. Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Just for the record, Commissioner McCaskill is excused. Thinking the same thing. That's scary. Next up, public recognition and presentations. And it's time for Student of the Month. Unfortunately, we had to go back virtual with the increase in the positivity rates of the Omicron variant. So Student of the Month for January will be virtual, and we're gonna have our birthday commissioner, Commissioner Borum. Everyone help me say happy birthday to Commissioner Borum today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
So as we do Student of the Month, Commissioner Borum, you have any words of encouragement?
Well, first of all, I just want to commend each one of the honorees for the achievement that they've accomplished, to be recognized and honored in the school district, as well as they need to take that same level of commitment in the community, and I know they will. We look forward for these young people to be our future leaders. We hope that they take our seats, the county seats, state and legislative seats, and also as far as up to the White House. So we constantly look for these young people to continue to push themselves and for excellence as a whole. So that's what I have for our students, and looking forward for them to continue to be our leaders, future leaders.
Great words from a wise man on his 75th birthday.
Moving forward to it.
Okay, we're ready for Student of the Month. And to our, first of all, but as we get ready for our Student of the Month, we just want to thank all these young people and everyone who's here with them. Before we get started, we want to thank the educators who are assembled in Zoom land and some in here as well. But we want to thank them for their commitment to our young people. Let's give our educators a round of applause. We also want to thank all the family members, parents, grandparents, extended family members, neighbors, and friends as well, who've had a part in the upbringing of the young folks that we are honoring today, because it truly takes a village to raise a child. And so we want to thank everyone who's present and supportive of our students. Let's give them a round of applause. And now we're recognizing our honorees for December and January. First up, I will butcher at least two of these names And so blame it on my head and not my heart. First up, from Browning Pierce Elementary School, Carlos Lopez Garcia. Next up, Children's Reading Center Charter School, Caitlin Colbert. Hillcrest Academy, Jacob Almeida. James A. Long Elementary School, Ashton Edens. Kelly Smith Elementary School, Camilla Williams. Mellon Learning Center, Pre-K, Davis Buckles. I did not say David Buckles. Mellon Learning Center, K through 12, Alexica Roberts. William D. Mosley. For December, Jose Saldana Barbosa. And for January, Destiny Carr. Our Palatka Junior Senior High School, Tyler McInnes. From Penn Isle Baptist Academy, Mason Youngs. And from Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Heidi Johns. Putnam Edge High School, December, Charlene Elam. And from January, Jakayla Wright. That concludes our Student of the Month. I also want to make sure I recognize in the back of the room, School Board Member David Buckles. And also Assistant Superintendent Thomas Bowling. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And so to our students, I want to leave you with something that I've been saying since the 3rd grade in Miss Green's class. We started every day out with the same saying, and it stuck with me now for 41 years. It simply says, I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it. You guys are somebody special. You're destined for greatness, and we are just so proud of you. And so again, congratulations on being Student of the Month, and we are looking forward to you being our leaders of tomorrow. Continue the good work and continue to put your education as a priority. Again, thank you to our recipients. Let's give them one last round of applause. Next up on the agenda. Proclamations. First up is our Arbor Day proclamation, January 21st, 2022.
Whereas Arbor Day is observed throughout the nation and the world in recognition of the many benefits of trees. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable source giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spirit renewal. And whereas the city of Palatka has proudly been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City USA for the past 30 years. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim January 21st, 2022 as Arbor Day in the City of Palatka. And I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day by encouraging efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Round of applause for Arbor Day.
May I ask if we have a representative of the college in the audience?
We do. Will you please come forward at this time and receive the proclamation? Again, we want to thank St. John's River State College for being a great community partner and hosting our Arbor Day celebrations annually. Again, thank you very much. Next up is proclamation for Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 17th, 2022.
Whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all. And he challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union through his teachings, which continue to guide and inspire us. Whereas Dr. King advanced the cause of civil rights throughout the South, in spite of the dangers associated with his work. Locally, while taking part in the St. Augustine Civil Rights Movement, Dr. King was arrested on June 11th, 1964, on the steps of the Monson Motel restaurant. His famous letter from the St. Augustine jail to his friend, Rabbi Israel Dressner, urging him to recruit rabbis to come to St. Augustine, resulted in the largest mass arrest of rabbis in American history on June 18th, 1964, at the Monson Hotel. And whereas Dr. King once said, we have an opportunity to make America a better nation. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we, as a people, will get to the promised land. Though we have made great strides since the turbulent era of the civil rights movement, Dr. King's work and our journey remains unfinished. And whereas we recognize that our nation has yet to reach Dr. King's promised land, this is not an admission of defeat, but a call to action during these challenging times. And whereas by making our communities better with increased opportunity for all, and by breaking the cycle of poverty and reinvesting in our schools, we carry on Dr. King's work and unlock our children's potential, which is our strongest weapon against injustice and inequality. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim January 17th, 2022 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in commemoration of a civil rights leader who dedicated his life to others. And we call upon our citizens to ask ourselves what Dr. King believed to be life's most urgent and persistent question. What are you doing for others? By lifting up our brothers and sisters through dedication and service, we honor Dr. King's memory and reaffirm our common humanity. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Palatka this 13th day of January in the year of our Lord, 2022.
So move.
A second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have let's give a round of applause. Mr. President, you have any comments on the festivities?
Yes. First of all, thank you so much on behalf of the African American Cultural Arts Council of Putnam County, where I have the privilege to serve as the president. We are grateful for this proclamation and pending approval of the event permit. This upcoming Monday, we will be having a celebration in the honor of Dr. King. We will have a parade that starts at 10 o'clock, and it will be coming down St. John's Avenue from 11th Street to the riverfront. Starting at 11 o'clock, there will be an actual festival with live entertainment from 11 to 3:30. So if you are free, we have vendors. We're looking to have the community. As we know, Dr. King was all about unity, and this is an opportunity for us to come together, setting aside all of our differences to celebrate a great man and hopefully ignite unity within our community. So we're looking forward to seeing you again on this upcoming Monday, the 17th.
Thank you very much. Next up is proclamation for National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, January 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas nearly a century and a half ago, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a document that reaffirmed the noble goals of equality and freedom for all that lie at the heart of what it means to live in America. In the years since, we have tirelessly pursued the realization and protection of these essential principles. And whereas despite our successes, thousands of individuals living in the United States and still more abroad suffer in silence under the intolerable yoke of modern slavery. During National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we stand with all those who are held in compelled service. We recognize the people, organizations, and government entities that are working to combat human trafficking, and we recommit to bringing an end to this inexcusable human rights abuse. And whereas human trafficking is a $32 billion per year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil human rights violation, and an estimated 25 million people are currently victims of human trafficking for both sex and labor. And whereas human trafficking endangers the lives of millions of people around the world, and it's a crime that knows no borders. Human trafficking is a form of modern day slavery, be it for commercialized sexual or labor exploitation. This otherwise multi-layered crime does not have a static profile. It affects children, adults, U.S. citizens, residents, and foreign nationals alike. And whereas this month, we do not simply reflect on this appalling reality, we also pledge to do all in our power to end the horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues victims around the world and in our neighborhoods. Whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is observed to educate the public and raise awareness about human trafficking, and the city of Palatka has a strong commitment to social justice. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Terrell L. Hill, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim January 2022 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the city of Palatka, and encourage all citizens to educate themselves about the forms of modern slavery and the signs and consequences of human trafficking. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Palatka in the year of our Lord 2022.
So move.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give a round of applause for National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. It's going to take the consciousness of the community as a whole to bring an end to the travesties associated with slavery and human trafficking. Also, I got a message that Zoom, that you couldn't hear on Zoom. And can we verify that everyone can hear on Zoom? Someone please let me know.
I can,
Ms. Jones, you can hear me?
yes.
Can you send a message through the chat on our YouTube to see if,
Both Jonathan Griffith and Ben Piotr, so they can hear fine.
okay, what about our YouTube feed? Okay, we will continue on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, for the interruption. That's the YouTube playback.
I could tell, I recognize the voice. Can you go to the mic so that they can hear you on, so that they can hear you through the feed, the live feed?
Sorry about that. I just wanted to bring you the posters. I'm going to leave those three with you if you'd like to put them up. But I also, one of the biggest problems is that people don't recognize sex trafficking or human trafficking. So I have brought, these are some cards that are indicators of trafficking. So I'm going to leave these out on the desk so that if anyone that wants to see them or wants to pick one up, it has all the indicators on the back and some information on the front. And then these are actually from the Homeland Security. There's a key tag with the Homeland Security information on it. Plus there's some other information for human trafficking. Also, I'm just going to leave some of these brochures out there for the Blue campaign, which is also from Homeland Security for Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
And also let them know about wearing blue.
Well, actually, January 11th was the blue, but if anyone wants to wear blue and in support of human trafficking awareness, and send me the picture. I'll be happy to post it up there for you, and let everyone know that you're supporting human trafficking awareness. And bottom line is, to everybody, if you see something, say something.
Thank you. And so let's give her a round of applause. Let's continue to support the Blue campaign even after January 11th.
Correct. Well, it's actually the whole month of January, so wear blue all month, and just take pictures and send them to me.
Well, you're supportive.
Thank you.
You're
And thank
welcome.
you all for your support.
Thank you.
Would you be willing to provide a email address for citizens that may be listening, or if you're directed to Facebook or something like that? So they'll get-
Absolutely. It's Mariana, which is MARIANNA _Cotter, COTTER, at cdsfl.org. And anyone that wants to take pictures, send it to me and I will get it posted that you are supporting. And if you have a group, for example, Beck Chrysler could, get all their people together and send me a picture, and I'm happy to post it for everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. If you are here to speak during general public comment, please fill out the yellow speaker's card in the back of the room, or you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0. If you are here for a specific item on the agenda, you can also fill out the card and specify the item of which you want to speak on. And as that item is heard, we will bring you forward. Again, your time will be 3 minutes. I will give you kind of a visible warning when you're down to your last few seconds, about 30 seconds. If you look at Commissioner Campbell, he'll also be giving you a nod to let you know as well. And so at this time, is there anyone here for general public comment? Okay, just pass that. Seeing no one, we will close public comment at this time. We'll move forward with our agenda. We'll go to our consent agenda. On this consent agenda, we have items A through N. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed at this time? Council?
Yes, for consent, agenda item number H, Commissioner Campbell will need to recuse himself from voting on this abstain.
Can you hear?
Her mic's on. We can hear about it.
I'm sorry, it's the Commissioner Campbell, you'll need to abstain from voting on consent agenda item H. Thank you.
Are there any items that we wish to have removed from the consent agenda at this time?
Yes. Like item A pulled for discussion. And
Item what? Commissioner?
A?
consent A
Okay. Are there any other items besides item A?
and B for discussion as well. I didn't want to discuss.
A and B.
Okay.
Are there any other items on the consent agenda you wish to have removed at this time?
Hey, another question. I got a question for you. For this for consent, or we just gonna discuss that one?
Let's discuss. Okay, items A and B on the consent agenda with one abstention on MLK. I'll entertain a motion at this time as to the remaining items.
Motion to approve items C through N.
There's a motion to
Consent
approve.
agenda.
There's a motion to approve C through N. Is there a second?
I second. Yeah, I forgot.
There's a second.
I second. Them.
And the item for Commissioner Campbell was which item number?
H.
C through N. Let's exclude H as well. Is that
Oh,
is
we're
that
gonna
part of your
exclude-
motion?
Well, no, you don't.
Well, he
you
just has
can't-
abstained, so
Yeah,
we're
he has to
fine.
abstain.
So items C through N, there's a motion to approve item C through N. Is there any unreadiness on those items? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item A on the agenda. Adopt resolution 2022 R61 and authorization and execution of CDBG MIT grant 10146 for the hardening of Price Martin Center for the use of an emergency shelter for a total estimated project cost of $1,176,315.
On this item, I had two questions about this item. The first one was community development block grant for the hardening of Price Martin to be used as an emergency shelter. I just want to know, do we have any options to use or utilize maybe the Jenkins Middle School gymnasium that we recently acquired? And the question was because of funding, could we possibly use some of that funding to harden that particular structure, if that was an option? I didn't know if the board we even looked at it or discussed it at all, but I wanted to bring it up while it was on the agenda tonight, as a way to use some of those funds over there. Could that building actually be used as a shelter?
So Ms. Tucker or Mr. Griffith, they're on the phone. I know the answer to your question, but I'll let them go ahead and start the answer. I see Jonathan Griffith on the phone. Is Mandy Tucker on there as well? So, Mr. Griffith, can you take that question? He's unmuted. I can't hear him. Mr. Griffith, can you hear me? We can't hear you, Mr. Griffith. He's logging into another device. You can't hear me? Ms. Fuller?
Ms. Fuller's talking to Mr. Griffith.
Okay. Says to everyone.
Because she didn't select
Okay,
Mr. Griffith.
I got it. I'm reading. If you want, you can just dial in to the 329-0100 number extension 0. That's easier, Mr. Griffith.
We might mention for the public's understanding that we have multiple members of our staff who are not able to attend because of COVID protocol.
While he's logging in, we also just want everyone to make sure that you continually take precautions. During this time, we're experiencing a seriously high positivity rate with the Omicron variant.
Can you hear me now?
We can. We're going to make sure that the community as a whole takes whatever precautions you can to slow the spread of COVID. So we want you to continually, promote positive hand health as well as social distancing during this time. We are seeing the Omicron variant begin to take over the community. So, Mr. Griffith, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I apologize for that, but it took me 3 devices to find one that would work. So the question was, as I heard Commissioner Jones, was it possible to use this funding over at the Jenkins Gymnasium? Is that correct?
Yes, as we're seeking funding to get it up to code so that we can utilize it.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to address is when this application was submitted, we had not secured the Jenkins Gymnasium. Obviously, we probably would have gone with the same chain of thought that you are proposing here. kind of two birds, one stone, utilize the mitigation dollars to help with some of the needed improvements at the Jenkins Gymnasium and give the community a larger shelter. So that's why you're not seeing that in front of you. But that question would need to be directed to the Department of Economic Opportunity. We can gladly ask that question of them, but I can pretty much guarantee you that they're going to say that the application was awarded based upon the merits of what was included in the application, and that was the location of the Price Martin Center. So I don't know if they're going to have the latitude to allow us to move the funding, but we could very well ask that question, sir.
Yes, I don't know what the pleasure of the board would be, but if it's a larger building that could have serve that capacity, I would think that'd be worthwhile looking into prior to us putting that kind of money in the Price Martin, which is smaller and don't have the capacity to service the quantity.
Commissioner, could I add something else to that?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, sir, you're kind of catching me cold on this, so I'm thinking a little bit as you were talking. Bear in mind that the construction estimate was based upon an architectural and engineering estimate of the Price Martin Center that was funded with a previous hazard mitigation grant. You're going up in the size of the building and the method of construction. Therefore, I can pretty much guarantee you that the amount of money that is there for Price Martin most likely would not be sufficient for hardening activities at the Jenkins Gymnasium. So that I don't think it's wise for us to seek moving the funding, even if it was something that we could do based upon those reasons.
Okay, my memory don't serve me past a couple of years, but have we used the Price Martin in the past, or how many times have we used it in the past as a shelter? It's just for my.
So it is not an approved shelter for the public. However, the city has used it to house staff. So during some events, they have put cots and supplies over there as an additional place for police officers to seek refuge and sleep between shifts. This would make it an approved public shelter.
And my last question about this shelter, what's the capacity in that building right now?
I do not know the answer to that question, sir. Mr. Cutright, are you on the phone? Do you know what the capacity is for that building?
Commissioner Campbell's answering it.
275.
Oh.
All right, thank you. All right.
Did he answer the commissioner? I'm gonna answer the.
Commissioner Campbell answered 275.
Would that be 275 for a shelter, or
No.
would it be just 275 just
No,
general
that's-
capacity?
That's 275 in the empty building.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's it on that one. On item B, resolution 2022 R02.
Hold on,
Okay, sorry.
before we go there,
I'm sorry.
are there any other questions relates to item A?
Yeah, well, the only thing I can think of, based off of what Commissioner Jones had requested was that, and this is to, Mr. Griffith, is there a time frame related to that particular, grant? Grant execution?
Yes, sir, there is. We need to get that turned around to them within 30 days.
Yeah, so we still have some things to cure at the current facility, so that would probably not even be an option then, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question, sir. I'm on cellular data and it broke up.
The first part of the question was that if there is a time frame to execute the grant, and I think you said like 30 days.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so the other piece of it was that if we have things that need to be cured as it relates to occupancy of the gymnasium and administrative area, then that would not be something that we could even entertain?
That is correct, sir. My assessment is that the cost of this grant agreement was derived based upon an engineering study and a review of code compliance for the Price Martin Center, which was constructed more recently than the Jenkins Gymnasium and is considerably smaller. Therefore, I don't believe that the total grant amount would come close to addressing the deficiencies to become a shelter. However, it would cover the cost for the roofing and the sprinkler system, but there are other things that need to occur to qualify the building as a shelter.
Such as wind load and some of the other structural pieces to the puzzle.
Yes, sir.
That answers the question. I just want to clarify, even though that, that facility would be a better fit, but just under the conditions, it doesn't line up with what we currently have in place right now.
Right, and the conversation about really, I think two structures as we look at overall within the community was the Family Life Center as well as Jenkins Middle School gymnasium as possible alternatives for hurricane shelters. One structure is a metal building which has some concrete block on the gymnasium area of the building. And there's been some conversations before with emergency services about those facilities. The Jenkins Middle School building, because of when it was built, I think the wind load during that time was 90 miles per hour, which was a conversation that it would really it didn't make a lot of sense to try to harden that building up for the purposes of being a shelter. And it didn't primarily meet the standards that FEMA wanted. We even entertained the idea of trying to get additional FEMA assistance and funding to put in, to build a city-owned facility, a brick and mortar facility that would allow us to be able to do it. And those opportunities exist. I think Commissioner Jones's thought process is excellent as it relates to being able to create a larger shelter. And I think those opportunities exist, and we can surely direct staff to move forward and look at additional opportunities to get to look at the Jenkins facility or look at opportunities to build a new facility that would be used as a shelter. Because most of the time right now we're using the school district basically provides the shelters in the community during storm incidents. And that's what we've been using. I think Kelly Smith for most recently has been the school that we've used as our shelter within the city limits.
I think it'll be worth our time to actually explore that, to try to make sure, could we get some hardening funds to utilize that? Of course, we didn't have that building in the past, but for future, I would like for staff to look into that venture.
As it relates to the motion on item A, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item B, adopt resolution 2022 R02, to authorize execution of Hanson Professional Services, post-design scope and fee for St. John's Avenue District Water Main improvements in a not to exceed amount of $115,443. Mr. Griffith, do you want to take that as well?
Yes, sir, I can. This is specifically for the post-design or construction administration and engineering inspection services for the downtown potable replacement project, of which you awarded the construction contract to TV Landmark a couple months back. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, we recently hired an engineer on staff, and I was just wondering this company versus what she does, the scope of her work. And I'm asking for informational purposes. I just would like to know, is it something that is her subject matter, area of expertise, or that we could have explored, or we just had to go out and contract with this individual company?
We brought a part-time
So-
project, we brought a part-time project manager on. And so you would, I can guarantee you that under the scope and capacity of what we're asking for in that project, you wouldn't be paying for it with a part-time salary.
So 115,000 to and review the sites every other week. It doesn't look like what I see here.
So commissioners, we do have the consultant online today if you have any specific questions for Mr. Myers, but I can tell you from my experience, and I do believe the addition of Ms. Gano has helped tremendously thus far, and it's going to be even more help as she gets completely onboarded. She will have some construction administration responsibility on this project from the city's perspective. But the items that are covered under this scope of services are more specifically under the purview of a civil engineer. That is not Ms. Gano's background. Specifically, what they're going to be helping us with, which we don't have the capacity for, in addition to just general construction administration, inspection, and observation, is reviewing the contractor shop drawings, considering in-field revisions based upon unforeseens. They are the engineer of record, so it is a good thing to have the engineer of record on hand if there are considerable changes that need to be made to the plans during construction, and the review and submittal of FDEP partial clearances. So there's some regulatory things that we really rely on them heavily to kind of keep us in compliance with.
Is not a licensed professional engineer. She has great engineering background. She is already doing great service for us, but she is not a licensed professional engineer.
What's that job title? I
You
really.
got any, Ms. Gano, you want to come up if you got anything to add to this?
Part-time project manager.
Part-time project.
Full-time experience and expertise.
Yeah, I spoke with them.
Well, Commissioner Jones, I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I look forward to taking on more and more responsibilities for the city of Palatka. But I have to, I think Jonathan nailed it. What he explained is very true. And I mean, I'm working with, Daryl on a couple of other projects. I'm seeing firsthand what they're bringing to the table in terms of the professional engineering services. So I think that's absolutely the way to go on this. I think my skills in terms of general project management are very well suited for some of the, experiences today with the water taxi, general project management, schedule, technical, and cost. And I'm looking forward to doing more and more of that.
And processes. Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Jones?
Man, I think you nailed it. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from the commission?
No.
Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve item B.
Motion on the floor and second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Question
Aye.
called by Commissioner Campbell. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C, moving on at this point, we have now concluded our consent agenda. We're moving on to our regular business. Item 5 on the agenda is adopt resolution 2022 R12, authorizing execution of a Hanson Professional Services scope and fee for bidding, construction, inspection, and observation for the potable water improvement project on St. John's Avenue from Palm Avenue to Mosley, not to exceed $46,894.
A resolution.
Mayor, can I say something? Oh, sorry, Tony.
A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the mayor to execute Hanson Professional Services scope and fee agreement in the amount of $46,894 for the bidding and construction observation and inspection for the St. John's Avenue, Palm to Mosley potable water improvements.
So moved.
Mr. Griffith.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. As I believe all of you are aware, this is a city and county project. The county and the city submitted a municipal small county outreach program grant application a couple years back and was awarded for the resurfacing of this corridor. And that's why we have advanced the potable project. We obviously don't want to pave a road and then have to rip it up to replace the water lines. With us tonight is Daryl Myers. Staff thought it would be appropriate, given the amount of construction that we have going on, the amount of attention and complaints that we get on St. John's Avenue, and that this is considered an arterial roadway for our community, to let Daryl kind of speak to the project, how we're planning on phasing it. We did request a representative from the county. Unfortunately, they were unable to send somebody in regards to the phasing of the paving project, but I'm hopeful that Daryl can kind of speak to that as well.
I'd be happy to.
Myers, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to explain to you guys a little bit about the project. Yes, let me get to. So as Jonathan said, the county did get a grant from DOT to resurface the project from Palm all the way to the railroad tracks, and we have kind of isolated the area where the water main improvements need to take priority, and that is from Palm to Mosley. Everything else from Mosley to the railroad tracks, I believe, is being handled under another project, and that resurfacing part is going to come later on. So we pushed ahead with the design, and there's a couple of important aspects to the install that we know it's a heavily traveled corridor. We know we don't want to be working on it at night. We do have a series of road closures with detours, which will allow the contractor to get in there and get the water main installed, and minimize the amount of time that they're out there. It's just, that's the safest way that we thought as engineers to handle the project. If I may, I can share my screen with you just to show you the 3 phases of the project. Can I share? There we go. It's easy. So the first phase, where the construction will begin, would be from Palm to William Street, and we've got a road closure. Obviously, will be open to local traffic that lives directly off of St. John's Avenue, and everybody else would be detoured. We do limit the construction time on that road, so basically we'll be it will have to be opened back up to traveling. Where the only work hours are from 9 to 4 in the afternoon, because it's very heavily traveled in the morning and in the afternoon.
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
Oh, yes, sir.
And can you use your mouse to identify where your phases are?
Is that better? So phase 1, this would be your phase 1 work area from Palm Avenue to William Street. And if I go back out, the second phase is William Street to Benham Street. And then phase 3 would be obviously from Benham to Mosley. That's on the next sheet right here. We're going to require the contractor to get these notifications out to the residents. Once a contractor is selected, the project is out to bid right now. And I think, pretty sure that they're due February 2nd or 3rd. The first week in February is when the bids are due.
And when do you anticipate the start of this project?
I would say the first part of March, as soon as we can get it on the commission agenda to get the contractor approved, get that contract signed by you guys. We'll we'll do it as expeditiously as possible. I want to get it done before Putnam County gets a contractor on board for the resurfacing project. And we've got this project scheduled for 90 days to substantial completion. So there's 30 days per phase. And then we allow another 30 days for cleanup of the entire thing. So it's 120-day total contract time.
Any other question?
How many mains are gonna be replaced? And with the road being more heavily traveled in daytime, and that's a kind of heavily densely populated area with housing, what made working through the day hours better than working at night?
Well, they do have, when they get the new main in. So the first question was how many mains? There's just one water main that's being replaced in the curb line. It's in between the curb lines for St. John's Ave. It's a 6-inch water main. And as you may or may not have seen, if you haven't, when they do get the new water main in, they do need to get in there with a compactor to compact the soil on top of it to get the density needed to support the roadway above it. So that is quite a noisy operation, and I've always said it's better to have those operations done during the day, so you don't get the complaints from residents about the compactors working at night when somebody's trying to sleep.
Are we going to try to get the water? Are we going to try to get those water lines in the right of way?
Yes, sir. They would be in the curb line. They would be underneath the roadway as it is right now. They would be in the eastbound lanes.
So we're still going to be in a position, if we got water line breaks, that we're going to be tearing the road up again.
Once this new, well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say once the new PVC is in, we shouldn't have the amount of water breaks or main breaks that you guys have right now.
Mayor, we are very restricted in our right-of-way width on that section of St. John's Avenue. As you know, and you're kind of alluding to, we do try and get the water line into the parkway as most we can for future maintenance or ease of maintenance. In a case like this, where we're going to have to lay underneath the improved surface, we're going to do everything we can to basically assume where potential laterals and connections need to be in the future, so that we don't have to go into this road again.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Jonathan has a good point. So every side street, like if you can see my cursor right here, where we do have to go down Pine Street to make a connection, we are getting that outside of the roadway limits, so we don't have to do anything else. All of these service lines are obviously going in, and every side street that goes outside of the pavement limits of St. John's Ave will be taken care of.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no questions, we'll open the floor right now for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing at this time on this matter? If you are, please have your yellow card as you approach. Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any additional discussion from the commission? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
That's an aye. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 6 of the agenda, discussing the FDOT M. Scott grant cycle application.
Thank you, Mayor. Mandy apologizes for not being able to speak to this item tonight, but I'm going to cover it for. We have an opportunity to apply for funding year fiscal year 2024 for Florida Department of Transportation Municipal Small County Outreach Program funds. Again, we've been lucky the past few times, and we've gotten some grant awards that are in excess of the average amount. Based upon our preliminary conversations with the DOT staff in regards to this cycle, they think that they're going to be putting out application awards in the amount of approximately $200,000. You can imagine that does not do a lot when it comes to repairing roadways, be it resurfacing or total reconstruction. They will consider ADA improvements, so handicap ramps or sidewalks, or striping for bike lanes. They do prioritize evacuation routes. They prioritize roads with a high level of agricultural travel, which really doesn't relate to our city, and major arterial routes or feeder roads. I think you all know that we do have a lot of roads that require attention. And for the past few years, we've been aligning road projects with planned infrastructure projects. I believe Mandy included in your packet a map of those roads that we expect to be able to resurface or reconstruct with the RAISE award in the next few years. We wanted to give that to you for context, so you could kind of see the next biggest project and maybe where some of the gaps are. Some roads that have been thrown out there for consideration are that short section of 19th Street between Madison and Reed. Some of the roads on the north side of Reed and on the east side of the railroad tracks, you can see there's some areas there that are not highlighted. Generally, Bronson, Olive, Madison, from 6th all the way to 10th. Husson was thrown out, but again, I would remind you that it only looks like we're going to be able to get somewhere in the range of $200,000 if we're lucky enough to be awarded.
Hudson's a county maintained road?
Say again, sir?
Is Hudson a county maintained road?
Per the interlocal agreement, yes, sir. So we just wanted to bring this to you for your discussion. Obviously, I'm here if you have any questions about specific projects or roads that maybe you think are a good idea. We're really looking for some guidance from the commission on what you would like to see us applying for. We don't want to miss this opportunity.
Any conversations or thoughts from the commission at this time that you'd like to have added for consideration?
Yes, sir, Mayor. With the FDOT MSCOT grant cycle, definitely would like to apply for that. And as Mr. Griffin just mentioned, some of those streets, the city manager and I had the opportunity to go and ride some of the streets that were mentioned, and they're in desperate need of some repair, resurfacing, and the likes in these areas. That's Madison Street from 6th to 20th, I think we identified. And I actually spoke with Mr. Griffith and the city manager in reference to trying to identify some of those roads that have already had some infrastructure work done prior, and maybe had patches to try to make the roads passable. But those patches over the years just have not lasted. And we definitely, well, I'll go back from I wanted to ask the commission to consider us going in and having a project resurface those roads on the north side of town that have already been repaired as far as the infrastructure or the water lines. There may not be many, but there are some that need immediate attention, because I think we're getting a lot of claims as far as damaging people's vehicles on that side of town. Well, all over town, I know. And but in that area, some of these roads we have seen where the roads are just torn up and they need some attention. So as we were talking, we were discussing some of the funds, where we're going to get funds. And I think this is an avenue that we could also use as far as using some of these funds here to get this project completed. Am I right, Jonathan, about that?
Yes, sir. One note to that, Commissioner Jones, would be we would need to identify funding to upgrade the infrastructure. And the only known funding source right now that we could use to get the water lines repaired in that area prior to either repairing the road is ARPA.
Right. And we are looking into that. Is that correct as well?
That would need to be a recommendation from the commission. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that if we were to seek the road repair from DOT in the amount of approximately $200,000, we would do that knowing that we would have to identify the funding to repair the water lines.
This is for the 2024 grant cycle, correct?
Yes.
At item already 14, I think that the item that has discussed, asking the commission for direction regarding the possibility of making some more immediate repairs by utilizing ARPA funds and then basically substituting the ARPA funds with better place funds so that we can go ahead and move forward with some qualified ARPA. So we'll talk about taking some of the better place money that we use in discretionary fashion, put it over into the repaving infrastructure on this particular corridor, and then use some ARPA money that does qualify for what we were using the ARPA, the better place funds for. So that's coming up at item 14. If that's what you're referencing now, if you're talking about wanting to use this $200,000, that's fine. But again, that's a 24 grant cycle. So you'd be talking about a couple years from now.
Yeah, which this project probably will last more than a year trying to, as we talked about, we didn't have the funds, but I wanted to make sure that we could actually include or utilize those funds. And well, I just saw item number 7 was saying the same thing, pretty much asphalt paving in those intersections. So I thought it was it. So absolutely, you are correct. I just wanted to make sure I bring it out that we are looking for some funds. So any opportunity come up, I want to see, will it qualify for these projects? Matter of fact, I had a question. I'll wait till we get to 14, but I have a question about additional funding there as well. Go ahead. Sorry, Mayor.
No, you're fine. It's good. It's good points. Commissioner Borum, you got a comment?
Right. Well, I'd like to thank Commissioner Jones for his comments, but I think he mentioned 6th Street through 19th Street or 6th through 20th. I'd like to make an additional amendment to that, which we talk about 5th Street, which 5th Street is not part of the South Historic District, and also that would probably need to be included in there because I know there are some issues
In that corner.
on that end down there where water is not draining properly, and it results in people driving in across the yard of that end point down at the end of 5th Street, North 5th Street. So been down in that area, and we need to really do something with that. There's been multiple complaints. We had our staff go out there a couple of times, but I don't think this problem has been resolved. So like to amend that and include that as well. The 13th to 15th Street on the north side, we already redirected funds for that. So that this should not be part of that 2024 cycle that we're going to be looking at. We're going to amend it and add 5th Street to that, if at all possible. But the 13th to 15th, we directed funds for that area already. So, but we can just work out the details. I just want to at least put that on the record.
Just make sure there's a large portion of Madison Street already included in the raise.
Correct.
So I agree that there are portions throughout the historic district going back on Madison, all the way, actually it goes all the way back to 3rd, which if you look at it, it's a roller coaster. But I think there are opportunities to continue on. President Street, we got a call about the asphalt coming up on President Street where the bricks were paid over it, as an example, from 13th to 15th. As other options as well. But I think the opportunities exist just for information purposes. We continually look on an annual basis at where we can apply for MSCOT for within the city as a whole. You will recall that we talked about 19th Street, and we've applied for it in the past and we were rejected. And so the opportunities continually exist. But if you got any other suggestions that you're just that come up in the coming days, make sure we get those over to staff so that it'll be a part of what we got as we consider some of the best options, so that as it moves forward, we can go from there. Any other comments from the commission at this time? If not, Mr. Griffith, is that information sufficient at this time to give you a greater idea as to what some of the options are?
I think I'll get a little bit more clarification under item 14, but I believe we're heading in the direction of some portion of Madison Street.
Okay. So moving on to item number 7, discussion regarding asphalt paving, the intersections of North 18th Street and Ocean Street and Bronson Street and North 20th Street. And once you finish, I'll talk a little bit about what one of our discussions about continuing services contracting as well. And so
I'll let Mr. Ladd take this one.
Mr. Ladd, are you on with us?
I am. Good evening. Just as Commissioner Jones said, this does follow up with the previous discussion we just had. We know that this intersection also had pictures of 18th and Ocean on here as well. In the previous times, or throughout the past or whatever, the previous asphalt that's down is like a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch thick in these areas. We go in and do a patch, and without milling it off to get a transitional point, water gets in there and it just doesn't last. These really need to be done with a hot mix. That's why we put this on here, because from what I read, there's probably going to have to be a budget amendment if we decide to fund this.
We lost you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We hear you. You're making a
Okay,
point for us to get more Wi-Fi in the community. Keep going.
Like I don't know how much I said, but this needs to be done with a hot mix asphalt instead of the cold patch that we use. Just because of the not being able to transition with a milling machine to get good coverage, you're getting infiltration around the cracks at the joints where we're putting the patches in, and it doesn't last. And from what I was talking with Jonathan, it looks like we'd have to do something with a budget to get the funding to do this. Jonathan, can you elaborate on that?
Well, if a clarification.
Yes.
We don't have the capacity to do the hot mix patches.
Right.
Correct.
And one of the things, and just so you know, one of the conversations we had as we were discussing this particular item and some of the other things was the need the reality of it is we're not good at patching. That's just the reality of what it is. It's not a knock on our staff, but we don't necessarily have the staffing capacity nor the equipment to do the job necessary to get this stuff to where it needs to be. And so one of the conversations that we had both with Mr. Ladd, Mr. Griffith, and Mr. Holmes was, should we look at having a continuing services contract for patch paving or any paving as a whole, so that when these situations come up, as we put the patches, for example, we can take this is a situation that was created by the city when we blocked off 20th Street and Bronson. But you look at, and at the end of the day, we stopped one problem and created a bigger problem. And so when you look at some of these opportunities, you look at St. John's Avenue near the hospital where we have major water main breaks, new surfacing. When we put our patches out there, we quickly go back to what we had before. So if we had that contract paving in place, or if we go ahead and put that in place to put the hot patches down as opposed to cold patches, then we would have seamless repair, which would make the transition a lot better. And there's also a standard of repair that we can look at as a measurable as a part of the contracting. And so those are some of the pieces that are there for us as well. And so that was just part of the conversation. You have any other comments, Mr. Ladd, or any other slides that you want to show?
No, sir, not at this time.
Any comments from the commission?
Yes, I thought we were working with an agency that had, that did like road repairs, and also if there were any issues or repairs, then they had some historical information around, okay, maybe how long the quality of the patch that they've put in. I thought we had an agency that came in and did something along those lines.
We've had 2 or 3 paving companies that we've worked with, some large, some small, on paving projects throughout, like P&S and Simons. We've worked with them in the past. But ultimately, it's either we bid it out, we're bidding it out, or we look at procurement opportunities and what's necessary for us to be able to get those jobs done, I guess in a faster fashion. Mr. Griffith, you got anything else you want to add to that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. To Commissioner Boren's question, Commissioner Boren, I think I understand your question as to the engineering assessment of our 90 miles of center line of roadway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. So they did come in and do an assessment to give us the remaining service life of our roadways. However, we didn't have the data on hand to say when every road received a treatment. Treatment being construction, reconstruction, resurfacing, chip seal, and so on. Now, moving forward, we have that capacity internally where if Sean and them do a small maintenance job and they go into the work order system, they have the ability to enter that treatment and the cost so that future projections for remaining service life and looking back at the quality of the work and see how long it lasts, will have that capability. But we, as Sean kind of alluded to, we know generally when this road was resurfaced, and that some of the patches have not held, and why, because of the quality. But that is not documented in that asset management system, sir. Moving forward, it is though.
All right, thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mayor, we do have a standardized continuing services. I've actually got it pulled up right now. Last time we issued it was January of 2020. It's an invitation to bid for hot mix asphalt paving services. It is something that only goes for the term of 1 year because of the volatility of that material pricing. So we do have the ability to, put that back out on the street pretty quick. But I think Sean may have put in the write-up that, this is estimated somewhere in the amount of how much, Sean?
I want to say just this intersection and 18th was a little over $10,000 just for the 2 intersections only.
Yeah, so we need you, if you want to do this, we need you to authorize us to prepare a budget amendment to move money into the resurfacing line. And then we can go about either soliciting quotes and or putting the ITB out on the street so that we can move forward and meeting our procurement.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and as mentioned in our meetings, I think we need to have a quality assurance component placed in when someone goes out and look and see are these patches acceptable, because that's not the worst that I've seen. And for people to have to go back and repatch, and it's even worse. There's places where potholes still exist, but we've had prior work. I think that component need to be in place. And I would definitely like to move to be able to move money, budget addendum, so that we could move money for these types of projects.
Any other comments? It's a discussion item, but the direction can be put in place so that in 2 weeks it can be brought back.
Mr. Mayor, can I add one more comment?
Yes, sir.
Both of these intersections will have to be opened back up when we go with the infrastructure improvements.
Yep, for the raise program.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we understood.
So the second part of that is, could we prioritize or change the priorities? Is that a
Priorities,
option?
change the priorities from what?
I mean, it's on the list to be done somewhere down the list. First, I saw the list and it said funding was a question mark. And then we have it as priority and it was low on the priority list. And again, not just that area. I mean, just not that patch. There are several that's worse than some of the St. John's Avenue. As far as condition, driving condition.
Bring it back in 2 weeks and look at them.
All right. So move to do that.
So, agreement from the other two commissioners?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Your agreement from them? Okay, so we will bring it back in 2 weeks. Next up, discussion and action on contract with Palatka Boathouse Marina LLC, PBM for water taxi operation services. Mr. Holmes. Council. Council.
Mayor, previously the commission a contract with PBM, directed staff at PBM to come up with language that would address the commission's concern regarding what was then a unilateral option on the part of PBM to terminate the contract after 2 years if they found the project to be economically not feasible. Part of the city did the same thing. So the commission directed us to see if we could come up with some language that would address that.
Your mic on. Somebody's saying they can't hear. Ms. Walsh or someone. There was a comment. And she's next to you today.
You can grab that. Mark.
You gonna give me 2 microphones?
That's
Sound
scary.
booth.
All right. So you will recall, and we pulled the notes from the meeting to make sure we were correct. One of the issues was a reduction of the maximum contribution that the city would make on a yearly basis from 60 to 45,000. That was incorporated in a agreement that has been circulated between PBM and our staff, me and city attorney and staff. And then the other issue had to do with the unilateral termination clause. And what I sent everyone an email, but let me pass this out if I could. And I believe there are people from, Ms. Curry is here along with Ms. Lagasse. And I may not be pronouncing that last name. It seemed to get
Legacy.
Legacy, is that better?
Legacy.
I'm sorry? Lagasse, all right. So I stand corrected, but in any event, the red line agreement was actually provided to staff today at about 1:30. I sent all of you an email out within about 15 minutes of the agreement, and it had this particular paragraph highlighted. I also included a brief summary to try to assist you in processing. There wasn't a lot in the agreement that was changed, but as I said, previously there was a clause in the agreement that gave PBM the right to unilaterally terminate the contract if after 2 years they determined that it was not economically feasible for them to continue with the project, but the city was stuck for the full 5, unless we could terminate for cause. That termination provision, that termination option that was afforded to PBM has been eliminated from the new proposed contract. It no longer exists. What has been substituted for it is the language that you have in front of you, which, to summarize, essentially says that after 3 years from the effective date of the agreement, there will be a review by the city and by PBM of the operations independently. They review, we review. And then there'll be a determination made as to whether or not both sides agree to continue for the remainder of the initial 5-year term and/or to renew for a second 5-year term. If there is an impasse, if PBM, for instance, wants to renew and the city doesn't, then the matter would go to mediation. The mediator would submit a report to the commission. If the impasse remains, meaning that the commission determined not to take action that would resolve the impasse, then either PBM or the city would have the option of terminating the agreement at that time. And that exists now in lieu of and in substitution of the unilateral termination clause. So that's where we are right now. And I don't know if Ms. Curry would like to address the commission or where the mayor stands or the board stands at this time.
Come on.
Good evening. I was not here at the last meeting. I missed the December meeting, so I've gotten back involved last week. I've gotten in touch or emailed the city attorney, the city manager, excuse me, to take this back up. We did not get engaged in that until Tuesday. So we have been working in the last 2 or 3 days to try to get this done. The main issue was the viability, and I think the board wanted some sort of a mirrored ability to the termination would be we both have the same rights versus PBM having that 2-year unilateral termination because of the viability issue. So what we've tried to do is build in a process where we step back after 3 years, everybody reviews to see is what we're doing, does it work? Do we need to adjust something? Do we need to terminate? What needs to happen at that point? So that's what we've tried to do with the proposed language that we have in front of the board now.
So I guess my question is, when you say you did not get engaged in this, what do you mean? Until Tuesday?
We heard, actually, Ms. Krantz contacted my client on Tuesday, but I had last Thursday, I had emailed to see what can I do to get this done. Like I say, we did on Tuesday find out that we were going to go forward with it. Worked all day yesterday and early this morning to try to get something together. So that's the.
So I guess my concern is we're probably 30 minutes past the 11th hour when this gets done. I understand sometimes there are crunches when we're doing things for clients, but this is a critical issue to the survival of this contract. This is something that happened back in early December, and we find ourselves almost. When was the meeting? When was our December meeting?
December the 9th, sir.
And we're over 30 days, and I understand we have holidays and some of the other things that are there, but it's a critical piece to this entire project. This project has been worked on since some 5th graders before they were born, and we just find ourselves in a situation where it wasn't important for 30 days, and for what, that's what it seems to me. We're talking about hashing out the final terms of a contract, which was almost on its deathbed a month ago. And now the tracking is lost. Like that, for me, it sends red flags that it's not important.
Mr. Mayor, that was my concern as well. When we didn't hear anything from the city
We
last
heard it.
week, I said, we're a week out from the meeting. What can I do to get this drafted? And I never got a return email.
They heard it on the 9th. They heard everything they needed to hear from the commission on the 9th. It was clear.
Right.
It was long.
But with respect to drafting, that we were expecting to get us some sort of draft back or some sort of proposed language. And that's why a week ago, I reached out to see what can I do, because we've only got a week left.
You're expecting to get a draft from us.
Or at least, no, from, I don't know if it was the city manager's, whoever's office, but like I say, I reached out a week ago and never got an answer to my email. We did hear from, my client actually heard from Ms. Krantz a couple of days ago on Tuesday afternoon to start.
I heard from Ms. Krantz after I could reach your client. Ms. Krantz contacted your client to see if you could arrange a time to talk to him. He said it kind of slipped off his radar, and then we discussed it, and we put that something the next morning, and that didn't happen. But without getting into that, I guess the point is now we do have this language. I had actually today, as of 1 o'clock or noon, we didn't have any language. I had actually drafted some language for the city attorney to consider, so that we would be submitting it tonight on a unilateral basis, saying this is what we can approve or what we can recommend. But it was a mirror termination clause rather than this concept. In other words, it was your termination clause that basically gave the city the right to terminate the contract after 2 years as well. And then at 1:30, this language came in. So I'll as I've explained from my perspective, I don't find this language to be offensive. But, you know, that's, I guess, in the eye of the beholder. It does set up a procedure after 3 years where you review what's going on. It's 3 instead of 2. Provides for a 6-month review period and requires that something happen within that time. As I said, the way the language is drafted, if everybody agrees on changes that could be made, or they agree that it's not working, then done deal. If one side doesn't agree and the positions are conflicting, then it would require mediation. But as we all know, mediation is non-binding. Arbitration can be binding, but mediation is non-binding. And then if the mediator makes a recommendation the commission chooses not to work with, there's nothing that says it has to. And then either side can terminate the agreement at that point. So basically, it kind of is a mutual termination. It does give both parties the option of termination. It runs it down an additional year from the 2 years that were initially provided. So from my perspective, I don't find it offensive, but it's not exactly what was talked about earlier.
I'll let the rest of the commission comment if there are any other comments from the commission at this time. Any
Well, I
comments?
mean, I'm just thinking if it's not drastically different, I mean, based on what we talked about, and we asked them to, you know, go to the table and try to work those things out. Now, it sounds like we got a 3-year deal with a 6-month review. And the 6-month review is the only thing that sounds like it's a little bit different, plus the mediation piece. How would that hurt the city if we engaged in that in the contract? I mean, based on what we initially talked about when we went back to the table. That's what I want to hear.
I'm not in favor of a 3-year review. We walked away at 2, we stay at 2, as far as I'm concerned, in my vote. What's your client's position on 2 versus 3? Because 2 was where he proposed it initially.
That was the unilateral provision.
They're very similar. So
The concern is with the concessionaires, trying to get somebody in there to put the investment in that it's going to take to do this. And I think it's going to be very difficult for him to find somebody who's going to come in and make a big investment and then possibility of only being there for 2 years.
that wasn't a concern on the 9th of December.
Well, that was a different procedure. That was the unilateral.
It wasn't different. These tomato. They're the same thing. I mean, you just redrafted it in a different way, but the concept is the same. The exit is the same, the exit is the same, the term changed.
I believe this exit requires us to go through a process. It wouldn't just
It
be a
requires us to
unilateral
It
walk away.
requires us to go through a mediation that at the end of the day, doesn't lock us in it, not an arbitration. And so we're not locked into anything either way. It's just jumping through an extra hoop.
But it gives either party at the end of that review period the opportunity to terminate if they think it's appropriate at that point.
No different than an exit clause. No different than a unilateral clause, right?
Well, except that it's mutual now. So I'm not sure what the board, what else needs to be.
So your client's opposed to 2 years as opposed to 3.
Specifically opposed, but I knew that the 2-year unilateral termination was not something that was agreeable for the board. So that was from the last meeting, what was apparent, that we needed some other way to terminate that both parties could have the same rights.
So the answer would have been to do a 2-year agreement based upon your change in language, which is sufficiently the same. I just don't get why the term change if we're all locked into the terms and that's a material piece to this contract. And the negotiations took place in a public forum, and all we were looking at was making sure that the language that we had on the mirror clause was sufficient.
There was not a mirror clause, was there? prior to
There
the-
wasn't, and that was the whole issue.
Right,
He
right.
said he
So
was
that's-
agreeable to a mirror clause, which is one reason we approved walking in. And so now we're taking it in a different form with similar results, almost somewhat similar. I'll say there are some differences between the two, and you extended the term. So it's like, I mean, you switched it up. You switched it up in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs,
The term is still 5 years. It's just the review would take place.
which
in
is
3
still,
years.
which was important. It was the part that was going to kill the deal. So that's all I'm saying. It was a material part of what was in place. It was a contentious piece of this contract. And so we've changed it from where we were on December 9th, in my eyes. I don't know about anybody else's, but in my eyes, it changed. Any other comments from the commission?
Mayor, can I go in and get, some language there before we extend that having 2 years?
Yeah, you can. We'll take a 2-minute break. We will go back on the record in just 1 minute.
Yes.
A couple documents given to us during recess. We're back on the record at this time. Mr. Holmes, do you have anything else for us?
Minutes of the meeting, and the discussion, particularly of this particular item, which I provided to you, and it does take the motion before we talk about 45,000 cap and a 3-year mirror call on both ends by the commission, by Campbell, second by McCaskill, and roll call taken. And then the other document I provided was the basically sample mirror clause that I had provided, or that I had drafted about the union day when we had received the other suggested language. It is pretty much a mirror clause. I think I did put 2 years in that clause though, because that was what was in the original contract. But in any event, I just wanted the full commission to have all those documents in front of it.
And just like your language has a 2-year mirror clause, my understanding is that that's where we were. So my position is unswayed by what we just received. But I thank you for the information. Is there any other comments from the commission at this time?
No, I mean, that's where we were. I mean, we talked about that same mirror and we talked about the 2 years. That was what was in the contract. So the other piece was conversation.
I don't remember us changing to 3 from what was presented before. And is there anybody else on the commission that remembers that being the case? So if there's nothing further at this time, you're gonna address this, go ahead.
If I could, I would just like to direct the board's attention to the minutes of the the last meeting.
I don't
talk
care what
about
the
it,
minutes
read
say.
your
I'm
policy
ref-
and unanimously approved.
I'm reflecting on my memory, and it's pretty good these days. So
So the minutes
everybody,
are not correct.
everybody else can look at the minutes, but I'm telling you what my memory gives me, and that's what I'm going with. So if they can go with the minutes, I'm going with my memory.
And I did just receive Mr. City Manager's proposed language, and I would just point out that it does not give PBM a mirrored right to terminate. It solely gives the city the right to terminate.
I did this thing you were taking out. PBM right
Okay,
to terminate.
so paragraph 18,
Okay.
paragraph 18B.
Right.
Would
I
stay
think
in?
you're reading your right to terminate in. I was simply adding a right to the city, a mirror clause.
I guess if it wasn't forgotten about, we would have been more discussion, and y'all would have had this hashed out by the time we walked in here. It was really important for us to engage in this contract. So at this point, there's nothing further from the commission. I will entertain a motion.
Oh, I got one other question, just a question in terms of the 45,000, how did, if the contract went forward, how would it be paid? Would it be paid all at once? Would it be paid monthly or?
In services, with our cap of providing services or providing repairs or whatever it might be, would be 45,000.
Oh, okay, so just, okay,
That would not include the things we're already doing. like
Okay.
cleaning, river fronts, that kind of thing. Other stuff,
okay.
insurance.
If there's nothing else, and there are any more questions? There's nothing else. I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, the motion is for this, which one is it for? Is it for what they just went over or what was already in what we had initially?
Whatever your pleasure is. So you have language from PBM, you got language from the city manager and council. And you have the ability to modify any of those in any capacity to meet whatever concerns you have as well, considering the fact that there was not an agreed upon language as directed by the commission to be brought back to us. So since there was a failure to have an agreement prior to this meeting, you're at liberty to make a motion based upon what you believe is best.
Well, I would like to hear from a city manager and just from a standpoint of the two that we have, your recommendation for the city. And then we can make a decision from there if we have any other comments. I just like to hear, we've heard quite a few things. There's a little bit of change in some of the contract language. And I like to just get a recommendation from the city manager as opposed to me making a decision. That's just my point of view.
The commission favors is the one that the city should go with. I really don't have a recommendation. Staff we can negotiate, come up with language. There are two options in front of you, but as far as a recommendation, I really don't have a recommendation as to either.
Well, my point of view is that we're receiving information on the same day of, and you're putting that before the commission to make a decision in a prompt manner. And I don't like to make decisions like that. In my opinion,
I agree.
I'm not gonna put the city in some kind of a way to where it's not advantageous for the city. And I have not really looked at this and understood and read it. I'm just getting this information just now.
And I totally agree with Commissioner Boyman. I think those are some of the things that we as a commission have echoed so many times about receiving things. I didn't even see the email. I was working today, so I didn't see an email, so I can't even reference what you're talking. And I don't feel comfortable making a decision off of something that I received, I received, but I hadn't even had opportunity to review.
Any other comments? I just think this contract is like a marriage. If you forget about the wedding date, it's gonna be questionable as to what you do once the wedding is gone.
I'll stay with the original, I'll stay with the original, the contract that you initially put in place. I will stay with that, but anything that's new, that's put before me, I'm not willing to vote on that, or I will vote down. I'm just saying, from my position.
But overall, I think my memory serves me correct. I made the statement last meeting that this meeting was gonna be the meeting that we made a decision because we've kicked this ball down the road entirely too long. And again, being presented something not completely different, and not having the opportunity to ask questions, or I don't think that's a good look for the commission to make a decision just like that. Well, myself, I'll speak for myself. But I don't want this to be back on its deathbed. But again, like, we have to come to a resolution. Like, we have to. I want this to work out, but it's nitpicking at this moment. And it's not sitting well with me.
My take on it is, if it was a deadline that we put out and action should be taken tonight, let's take the action based upon the information you already have. City attorney, if you feel it's good, that we should go ahead with it. And I'm also leaning on the city attorney recommendation. And I would like that, just so that, just give me your opinion. If it's not your recommendation. So, city manager, both actually, and then we could go forward. We need to make a decision and just right now.
Oh.
Commissioner Jones, the document that you have that looks like this is the language that the city manager and I came up with in response to the direction received by the commission. We had not received anything from PBM at that time, and this was about noon. Even though we'd spoken to them several days prior to that, and they had said that they were going to give us information, it did not happen. So we came up with this unilaterally in response to the directions that was given by the commission. So this, in conjunction, what was already there is a 2-year period. It includes the mirror clause that you talked about, and it also includes the economic feasibility that you address, and that's what we have, and that's what we're presenting.
So what you're saying is you gave the company ample amount of time to respond, and they failed to respond in a timely manner. Is that what you're saying?
No one contacted anybody until this week, and we have received nothing. And I tried to contact Mr. Legasky and actually asked Sunny to reach him and set up a time when we could talk. She ultimately was able to set up a time for the attorney on the phone, and I think Ms. Curry was too. And we talked about the fact that there was a need to have something in front of the commission tonight, and he said it kind of slipped off his radar. And he said, we'll have you something by, I think he said noon tomorrow. I think he was gonna talk to Mr. Chris. So that was Tuesday. We didn't get anything on Wednesday. Today by about noon, talked to Sunny and the city attorney to see if they received anything. They hadn't. So I drafted what you have there and told suggested to the city attorney that what we're gonna do tonight is just present that and say, look, this is our take. So unilateral, it was drafted by us. We didn't get anything suggested by the other side. Here's what we present. And then about 1:30, we did get something from the other side. So I pushed it out. It's not a super lengthy document that they presented, and they didn't make other changes to the agreement except for eliminating the mirror clause altogether or eliminating their option to terminate altogether. So, from my perspective, it's two fairly straightforward options. I don't know if we're ever going to get agreement in terms of what we think is workable from the city and they think is workable from their end, but there's two options that the city can choose to elect from, and then they either decide that they want to go with it or they don't. So one of the options is the process they suggested, which is involves mediation. The other one is the one I suggested or that I had put together in the essence of seeing their language that doesn't involve mediation, but it would have been a true mirror clause. They could opt out, we could opt out. Everybody has to use good faith, and there's a standard of reasonableness that applies. As I said, other than the 1 year time frame, from my perspective, I don't find their suggestion to be significantly more onerous or problematic than the one that I'm prepared. It does involve mediation, but we all do mediation a lot. It's not that cumbersome a process, and it's not binding. So from my standpoint, other than the fact that theirs says 3 years and mine says 2, I don't find theirs to be overly problematic or cumbersome or expensive, but it is a longer length of time. It's 3 years, and then there's a 6-month window. So you actually end up at
3 and a half years.
Right. And then you have the mediation, which would theoretically involve coming to the commission at some point. So, I mean, you would stretch the 3 years even into a longer period of time.
You get
6 months or even.
plus the time necessary to schedule the mediation and prepare for it and do all the other stuff. So you'd be closer to 4. We maybe 3 years and 8 months.
I agree. I agree with that.
So
Yeah.
the bigger problem for me is the fact that on January 5th, we started year 8 being on this commission, and we inherited this negotiation. 3 of the 4 of us that sit on the dais tonight. And to hear that it falls off the radar of somebody in the last, when we're close to getting this thing done, I mean, somebody tell me, how does it fall off your radar after all these years? Was it important? Because it didn't seem like it was very important. That's the biggest issue for me of all. It's been conversation after conversation, and you can't negotiate for a decade and not be in good faith. I just don't get it. How do we get to this point and it falls off your radar? It obviously is no longer important, because we were clear this thing was definitely dead when we made the adjustment to the dollar amount and we talked about the mirror clause. And for us to get to this point and even have a conversation about not getting it done in 33 days is crazy. It for the life of me, it screams, this isn't important anymore. Any other comments from the commission?
Again, I mean, share the same sentiment. I mean, it preceded the commission before 2015. It went back to 2012, 2013. So again, we have had good faith effort to try and get this thing closed. And in my opinion, I'm just willing to stay with the initial contract because it's not that materially different. 2.5. No, not the one that you just, I'm talking about current stuff that we have with the modifications. This, the 2-year deal you wrote up, we can stay with that. If you get your 6-month review, that puts you at 2.5 years. Either party can opt out. There's not that big of a deal with that. So why we need to go and complicate it even more to add all these other pieces in there? I think we just need to just make a decision on what we currently have. I mean, I don't want to keep moving around. Okay, I'm going to make a motion, but I want to give the commission a chance to comment. I don't know, Commissioner Campbell, or you want to say anything, but
I think we've said enough. We'll wait for you. I think, state your motion and then.
okay. I just make the motion that we go with the 2-year contract that was initially wrote up, the 2-year deal. And we go with that. That's my option. No, that, no, that the 2-year, the one that the 2-year, but they came back with the second one today, which just got put before us after they just made contact after
He's talking about
1
what was
PM
presented
today.
to us last
I'm
week.
talking about the initial one that they wrote up with the 2-year that they were waiting for feedback.
So the motion is to approve the contract with the 2-year mirror clause, including the language that the city manager provided as the mirror for the city.
Correct.
Second.
And just for the record, the language that you are speaking of says that the city is undertaking a significant financial obligation under the terms of this agreement. In addition to providing the use of city-owned assets of substantial value, including the water taxis themselves, the city, like PBM, is committed to the success of this project. However, if at any time after 2 years from the effective date, should the city determine that the project is no longer financially or operationally feasible under the current contract terms, the city may terminate this agreement upon 6 months' notice to PBM. The city and PBM agree that in making a determination that the project is no longer financially operationally feasible, they shall exercise good faith, and such decisions shall meet the standards of reasonableness as commonly accepted under the laws of the state of Florida. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I think Commissioner Campbell originally did unless he
You already
seconded.
seconded. There's a motion on the floor and a second from Commissioner Campbell. Can I ask one question? Is this agreeable from your client?
Take a break, go speak with him. He's out of state.
So
But
one
this
worder
is
from
not-
me.
This is different than what we expected based on the minutes that we were going off of. So that's my only concern is when my discussions with him were all related to the 3-year, which I understood, but now it apparently was not accurate.
Phone call might be a very important one. For me, at least. I am. The Commissioner's motion on the floor, the second at this point. We'll move forward. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Roll call.
Commissioner Will Jones, Commissioner Justin Campbell,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Borum,
Yes.
Mayor Hill.
No. Motion fails.
Thank you.
Moving the agenda, Jenkins Middle School.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So being that the motion failed, where does that leave us?
He just without a motion.
No, I'm serious. Like, what is our plan moving from here? I mean, we don't have, and that's a question for city manager and attorney, like, where does that leave us?
brought back for reconsideration. The next meeting, I assume, or the commission can consider other options, which could include putting out a second RFP or RFQ for a different operator. I mean, right now, as we sit here, we have no, there is no.
I guess my overall concern will be that, again, we talk about stuff when it's hot, and when it's not, we tend to forget about it. And if we do not decide to go the route with Mr. Legacy, however you say the last name, I feel like we need to go ahead and have the discussion of what it is that we want to do, so we don't have everything and everybody standing in limbo.
We can have it, but it's not on the agenda for tonight. So we
However,
can
can we make
workshop
sure
and
that's on the
move
agenda
forward.
for the next? Thank you.
Well, that's fine, but for as far as I'm concerned, no agreement, no contract.
That's fine, but still, we need to come up with a way of moving forward.
Well, that's fine. Next up on this agenda, Jenkins Middle School negotiations and new public works facility discussions and direction. I put this on the agenda. I requested that this be placed on the agenda. Just to refresh everyone's memory, the commission gave me the ability to go in and negotiate with the school district and then we presented to the district our ideas for the old Jenkins Middle School, Palatka Central and Palatka Central Academy campus, creating a Central Academy City Center, which included various components in what we had. Our initial offer in this matter was $600,000, at which time the district came back and requested the annex building in order to resolve the matters and to close this deal. Upon going to the school district, the offer was rejected, and we were subsequently, there was a subsequent request for property at the airport. Property at the airport was a part of critical growth component of the airport as a whole, and has been involved in discussions that pertain to matters that we'll have before us in the future as it relates to private airplane hangars, as well as expansion of the airport as a whole. It's a much sought after piece of property at the airport. Prior to that taking place, this commission was very adamant about us not making an increase in an offer when there was no other offers that were on the table for that property. It was when we made the offer to include the annex building and the $600,000, and we brought back the discussion in open forum, there was clear direction not to make any additional offers on the property where we would be bidding against ourselves. And so at that point, in concern for making sure that there was no inferences of impropriety and that no one was put in a position of making decisions that would be contrary to the best interests of the city, I began to have great concern because we got 3 commissioners who work for the district, and I didn't want us to make any further decisions about anything as it pertains to this matter, so that unintended actions would lead to any consequences that would be negative towards the commission or the city. And so at that point, I discontinued negotiations, sent a letter to the school district as it pertained to that matter. And I also informed them that any further negotiations would take place in an open forum. I stand firmly on the opinion that there aren't people standing in line to get schools that have been closed down in this community in an area where the district has already said that they won't be able, based upon Department of Education standards, to rebuild a school on that facility. We know what happens to schools that are closed and unattended. We've got a prime example on 13th and Washington Street of what happens. And we don't want to see that happen again. But my main purpose for discontinuing the negotiations was because we wanted to make sure that there wasn't a creation of any conflict of interest with our commissioners that put us in a position where, as we are doing what we believe is best and voting our conscience, that we find ourselves in question. And so as we move forward, we've all been great stewards of community funds, and I believe that it was in our best interest that any negotiations further would be conducted in a public forum. And so that's where we were as it related to the Jenkins Middle School acquisition. I again think that it's an opportunity for us to truly change the dynamics of what's in place. But I don't think we need to bid against ourselves. Time is of the essence as it relates to us in our public works facility. We've continued over and over. We've funded this project for almost 5 years now. And the reality of it is that we need to make a decision on moving forward. My suggestion is we can wait because no one's offering. I don't see an offer coming from nowhere on the Jenkins Middle School project. We can wait until the school board has an appetite to sell that property at a reasonable rate. And we can go ahead and start building our public works facility where we've already approved the engineering, and we put it on hold to see if these negotiations would come to fruition. The opportunity still exists for us to be able to provide state-of-the-art public works facility, which will allow us to continue our works and remove the school from the neighborhood. Also, having public works where it currently sits also holds up the continuing progress of the Pop Lloyd Sports Complex. And so it's just a matter of getting direction from this commission. I think that our commissioners, or all of our commissioners, have the heart for the city. I don't think that anybody here would ever intentionally do anything harmful to themselves or to this city. And I just want to make sure that we put that on the record, and that as we move forward, we're able to make decisions that are going to that will grow our community as a whole and allow us to be fiscally responsible for the citizens of Palatka. So I'll listen to discussion from the commission as we move forward. Any comments or concerns as it relates to this matter?
So have the negotiations ceased between the city and the school district?
Yes, sir. They were terminated through a written letter. And I'm aware that some commissioners received that communications.
I think Mr. Buckles raised his hand.
Mr. Buckles, if you can come forward and come to the microphone, and then we'll have someone.
Pleasure to come watch you guys tonight, see how hard you've been working. Some time ago, let me just go through the dynamics. The mayor came over and made a proposition to the school district, and it was it's a very wonderful plan and idea, and I thought it was very nice. But let me give you a little history of the school district and municipality. Before some of you were born, for decades, the school district has worked with the city of Palatka, the city of Crescent City, Interlochen, Corona Park, Willaca, the county, to do things that aren't even here tonight to talk about. You know, city water and sewage was run to Kelly Smith School, so Walmart and different entities could tie in over time. Crescent City, $500,000 of city water and sewage to go to Crescent City High, Interlochen, city water to Robert Jenkins Elementary School. That's happened for decades. We've helped the city in the past pave streets, do things, put in sidewalks, and that's going to continue. And it should, because none of us is as strong as all of us. But, you know, we had this great presentation and we asked, you know, at the time to please just go negotiate and let's see if what else you could work out maybe. And next thing I hear, a letter came and it was over. So, you know, that's not how I'm used to doing things. I think I've never seen an entity not be able to work out some common ground. The idea that the mayor had is actually, there are thousands of people in Palatka, some not even born yet, that could benefit from the opportunity for endowments or block grants or enterprise zones or whatever comes along to do things for our elderly residents, for jobs, and for kids. And I've ridden, and Mr. Jones saw me the other day. I was riding around looking at some of the ball fields and things that you've done, I guess on 10th Street, and it's just remarkable. And you're getting there. But a prior board and a prior superintendent and a future board, future superintendent, they all have, you know, to work together. If the district can put in water lines or sewage lines to help a municipality to tie in homes and things, then over the years, we've been able to work out solutions like that. And I'll even point to a prior mayor called a prior superintendent and a prior board and asked if they'd come look at this building next door to see about restoring downtown Palatka. And that prior superintendent and that prior board
That may be a sore subject.
did that. Okay, and it became a sore subject. People didn't like it. So
It came off the tax rolls.
yeah, it came off the tax rolls. But, you know, there's people that really won't like anything you do. It's like some of the things you've done tonight. You have to make hard decisions. There's kids in Palatka, and I grew up here. I've still got a house here in Palatka. My daughter lives in it, one of my daughters. And I agree with the mayor that these kids and these young adults need a place to go to get job skills and other types of opportunities. And there's got to be a way to continue to just not shut the door and work this out. Now, I could take my ball and go home and say, you know, forget it. But I just think it's important that you have some history of knowing that it's not uncommon for the district and the city or any city or municipality or the county to work together to do things. We were talking earlier about stuff that, you know, for Bryce Martin and things like that. I know that in the past, Jenkins has been used as a shelter in really emergency situations, but I don't know if it's approved now, and the state's got so rigid on this things that they do to house shelters that I don't know. But I was disappointed to hear that you'd withdrawn your letter, and because I think you had 3 commissioners that were employed by the board. Board is the largest employer in Putnam County. And Mr. Jones used to work for us, and you were one of our students and still a big advocate of sports and things we do at Palatka. So I don't think that's a problem. School board doesn't have, that's the superintendent that controls personnel like that. Let's, I mean, I wish you guys would, and gals, I guess we've got one not here today, and I thought she was on Zoom, but evidently not. And I guess you don't vote over, you don't allow them to vote like we do in the school board, I guess, if they're not attending a meeting. But it's just something I think that the dialogue would be important. And I'm heartened to hear the mayor say that he feels like it should be done in the open, because if it's done in the open, then we know what's going on, and we don't get, somebody says a letter came and said he took it off the table and he's gone.
Well,
So that call, you know, that phone calls both ways.
how many offers do you have for that school right now?
I don't have any idea.
Mr. Bowling, you want to answer that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Good evening, and first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to come in and talk openly about what's happened. The original offer that the mayor spoke of, I think with the annex building and 600,000 took it in the neighborhood of about 1.25 million.
The original offer was 600,000. There was no annex
The
building.
original offer was 600,000, but then the offer that the school board actually heard was for the 600,000 in the annex building. And that was a total of about the value was about 1.25 million. The
1.271.
appraised value of Jenkins was, or is, 4.5 million. The superintendent was advised by attorneys, the board's attorney, not to take an offer unless it was at least 90% of the appraised value. Board, on the other hand, can take whatever they want. And I think if it's two governmental entities working together, they could take significantly lower. But at the same token, there is something called the art of negotiation, and let's try and get as much as we possibly can, because it just shows that we're good stewards of what we're, if we try and float a bond and we show that we're not good stewards of our property and our money and try and get as much as we can, it doesn't look well for us. So the board told us to negotiate. We tried to go back and negotiate, and the negotiations have stalled at this point. But I can say that with the revitalization plan, the last thing that the superintendent or the school board or any of us involved in this plan is to do any kind of harm to any neighborhood. And that goes back to what the mayor was saying about abandoning a school. We don't want to do that. And if there's any way to work this deal out, and it sounds promising, what, the mayor's opening statement was that he is still, and I think the city commission may be still favorable to talk. And, and there's something to be said about going back to the original offer. I don't know. I can't speak for the board. But what I can say is no one wants this to die on the vine. And so in an effort to make sure that the commissioners were completely aware that the additional property would still bring us south of $2 million, but it sounds a lot better. And we would actually even try and sell that vision to the board. And we weren't completely satisfied that all the commissioners were even aware that we had offered up the additional, or we said we would accept the deal if you guys added 14 acres out by the airport. So that's why we reached out to the commissioners.
But you still didn't answer my question.
What's your question?
Are we the sole offer? Are we the sole offer
Yes,
for that
you
school
are.
facility?
You are.
So
there has been another offer, but it didn't materialize. It was
so your property is only worth what someone's willing to pay. And if we're the only ones willing to pay, then why would you squeeze us for more money? That's my question. Because at the end of the day, we've made all the concessions based upon what we originally offered to adding in the additional building, which would be of a benefit to the district when you said you needed a place for your maintenance facility.
right.
Then the conversation came up with no additional offers on the table, operating in good faith, understanding what your concerns were as it related to how this deal works and getting to a point where you are at least getting some value for your property. Also understand that you got other schools that are for sale, which are sufficiently similar, that have just a little bit less land, but are not necessarily located near railroad tracks. And where the property value seems to be of the surrounding areas is significantly higher, which are $2 million and $2.3 million appraised lower than the school that you're trying to sell us, because we're the only openly interested party that's pushing for that facility. I just think that if we're, let me finish. You sure can, as soon as I finish. I just wholeheartedly believe that we have negotiated in good faith from 600 to add in a building that's on the tax road that's assessed for 671,000. which is in downtown and has a river view. I believe that in order for us to move this community forward, it takes collaborative efforts wholeheartedly. But I also believe that in other communities, people are taking abandoned schools and giving them to governmental agencies for $1. And we have consciously given you an offer in excess of $1 million, which by this time next year, your asset is going to become become a major liability, because the simple piece was just the alarm going off every night and someone having to come turn it off. But when that alarm starts going off for other reasons, the game changes. And so my whole thought process is we negotiated in good faith. We made a clear attempt to try to get this done. But if we are the only ones that's willing to buy what you're selling and nobody else sells it, and you're trying to get money for a bond issue, and you say it looks bad if you sell it too cheap, what happens how do you look if you lose the sale?
Okay, first of all, I agree with just about everything you said, except for squeezing you for more money. If you remember, when you first came to speak to me, and this is just Thomas Bowling and Terrell Hill talking, I was ready to jump at the $600,000. Unfortunately, it's not my building to sell. I would like for two governmental entities to work together, just as Mr. Buckles said, and we come to an agreement. We were, or I was, and you were there, you were present, we were directed by the school board to try and negotiate a little bit better term. They didn't say go and try and take all of their money. So we found some property that we think we can use, and it didn't include additional funds or money coming from you. Yeah, money, I mean, property is worth money, I get it. But we didn't say, you said squeezes for more money. We didn't ask for more money. We just wanted to do an exchange of property to make this deal work. And it's just more palatable to taxpayers. Either you like it or you don't, but in your words, don't take your ball and go home.
Well,
Let's
the problem
continue
is
to negotiate, and I think it can be mutually beneficial for both of us.
But that property is a critical piece of the puzzle as we try to get commercial airplanes to come to the airport. And so you're asking me to give you a critical piece of the puzzle that's a part of the airport master plan. It doesn't make sense for us. That's the big piece.
The property that
The property you're requesting.
that
Yes.
we looked at, we asked several people if was that included in your vision for the airport, and we were told no again and again and again.
Well, that same piece of property was a part of a conversation for a workshop that was scheduled for Monday that we had to cancel, just so that you're clear. And I explained that to y'all, that this was a critical piece to the
Just
puzzle.
to add a little more to the puzzle, if you went back and checked the minutes, you would hear that the board said, and I know you don't go by the minutes, but the board did say. go in
Neither one of us
session.
do, obviously.
I would go by the tape and the minutes. But I mean, the mayor, I know where your heart is. You're after helping the kids, but I mean, this is, wow. I'm telling you, prior boards and prior situations and prior superintendents and future boards and future superintendents need to work with municipalities to improve their neighborhoods and facilities. When you say you're not notified and nobody knows anything, and we hear, well, the mayor just said it was gone, done, he threw it. I know.
The mayor got authority from the commission to negotiate, and I did just that.
That's good, but we were kind of, I can't speak for anybody else. I'm disappointed because I would obviously like to see, at some point, a school district or a former board or a future board or superintendent will work with the city to put in more city water and sewage or water lines or things down the road. And it's going to happen. I can go on for $1 million here, $1 million there, $500,000 things we've done to improve Putnam County. When I say we, the district, and we got to work together. We can't just say
It's not us not working together.
And float back down the river, you know?
If we don't cut a deal and that doesn't happen, that doesn't mean that we don't work together. That just means that we couldn't make that deal happen. But this is the difference between your organization and mine. We make decisions for a small community of 10,000 people who got 5.4 million in ARPA funds. You got an excess of 40 million in ARPA funds. Your budget is 10 times bigger than ours, if not 20. And so at the end of the day, every bean counts for us. Your beans are bigger. At the end of the day, your budget is massive compared to ours because you're the largest employer. And we are coming off of 8 years ago, being on the verge of bankruptcy and being in a position where we can function. So at the end of the day, I would think that the giant organization will look out for the little man.
I think that the giant organizations and municipalities have to work together.
We do.
And we can't just say, you know, we didn't like it, you don't have an offer on the board, and just can't walk off that way. You got to work together. And I know in your heart of hearts, you feel that way, but you've got to, you're standing firm, and I know where you're coming from, but I just, you know, when the elephants fight, the kids get trampled.
That's the elephant and the mouse in this room.
Yep, yeah. But I mean, that's what it is. You know, you gotta put differences aside and just don't.
We don't have the money that you have.
I didn't say that.
So we can't afford to give away
just
anything
saying
that we need to use. So we
I was
have to
under
be
the
conscious.
impression And I think everybody, the record would hold it and the minutes that negotiations were going to occur. And
They did.
I feel like you'd come back at some point and talk to us.
The negotiations did
But
occur.
it's-
They stalled.
I'm just one person. I'm just trying to tell you the history of working with other municipalities and what we do. And you try to work together to make the tax dollar stretch to help and benefit all people in your communities.
So
I
give
know
us a
that-
break.
I know every one of you guys. I know you feel that way. And I'm sorry that I mentioned the minutes, but hey, I've known you since you were a kid. I love you.
You have 100 pounds ago.
100 pounds ago. Anything?
Any questions from the commission?
No, I thank y'all for coming and sharing that, but in my opinion, it just caught me by surprise how, when it ended abruptly. I thought we was in the process of negotiation now. When I did learn about the 14 acres, again, I don't know anything about, airport business as a whole, and I didn't know about the master plan, but like I explained, I would consult with our city manager, and that's what I did. And then I learned about the master plan and how important that was and what we were trying to do moving forward in the future. So we did discuss that, and I got a different perspective. So that's what, but I didn't know how it even came about, but I think the way, the abruptness of the discontinuance of the negotiation, I'm disheartened by that. I didn't like how that went about in terms of trying to work with other agencies and entities that we live with, and we're gonna have to try and help each other be successful.
The last sentence of my letter said, any further negotiations will be done in a public forum through the city commission. It didn't say that we would never negotiate again. It said it'd be done in a public forum. And so if we want to put it all on the table so that anybody else, it's the same way it's doing it now. That's how it occurs. The same way it's happening now. You can do it through a joint workshop. You can do it in various capacities. But the other issue is there an inherent conflict?
So you wouldn't direct your city manager to negotiate? This is Lex Taylor. He's an attorney for the school.
Well, I guess we have a battle of opinions tonight.
And we already have enough attorneys in the room, so that's okay. I don't think there's any inherent conflict that's in this situation. You've got elected officials, they have jobs, and there's no inherent conflict. I think there's a potential for conflict if someone were to do something untoward, but knowing all the people involved, your commissioners and our employees, I don't think that's a high level of risk.
It's not based on the character of the people. I think that all the character of the people involved in this matter is impeccable. What I do think is, and I guess my question for you is, have you checked the ethical opinions?
I have not.
Well, we have.
Okay. No one sent any of those to me.
I didn't know we had to.
But I don't think that there's any requirement that anybody recuse themselves, and so we may be talking apples and oranges.
So typically when I practice, what I like to do is make sure that I do my research first and take it under advisement and move from there. I would suggest in this forum that you speak to counsel. And so I don't want to get into a debate of what the law says, because that's not my job here today. But I do suggest that you speak to counsel so that you have a greater understanding of what opinions exist from the AG's office as it relates to this matter.
If you have them already, or you know what they're talking about, could you send them to me?
So
and
that
then
I don't belabor this point for the rest of this meeting, we can get together and well, you can get with them, or however it's chosen to be, to go from there. My first and foremost obligations to the citizens of this community, I make sure that I also protect the interests of my commissioners as well. And so that's what I'm going to do first and foremost, and because I don't want anyone on either side of this equation to put themselves in a position where the actions that they take are questioned. And so that's the first piece of it. And I just have this bad habit of doing research. And I've been doing it for 22 years since I got my law degree. And so I just make sure that I put myself in that position. And so that way I don't speak out of turn. But I honestly have no ill will whatsoever. But what I did, I'll do it 100 times to make sure that I protect the 5 that sit here, our staff, and the 5 that sit over there in the same way, so that at the end of the day, nobody comes back and questions how we conduct ourselves and we do business. My first commitment is to the citizens of this community.
Since we're negotiating in the public, I would suggest, I like everything I'm hearing. I don't know that we can sit here and go back and forth today, but you know, if you came back to the board at some point and just had an open discussion with them, if you're still, you know, acting and you still have the direction from the commission to negotiate on behalf of the entire commission to do that, I'd strongly recommend that you do it. Because I mean, the thought
Didn't I ask that
we
before?
had, the opinion that we had coming in tonight was that you guys were done.
Did I not ask for reconsideration of the offer that we made over a month ago? And y'all turned it down?
The letter seemed final.
It wasn't the list before the letter. I requested to be put on the agenda, that the item be put on the agenda for reconsideration of what we requested, and it got shot down by y'all. You don't have to look at the minute, because it wasn't in the minute. It's in the conversations. That's funny, but I ain't laughing no more. I'm telling you right now, I made that request to y'all, and it was not taken to the commission in the manner that it needed to be taken. Had it been taken to the commission, I'd be fine with that. But it wasn't taken when I asked it. So if I'm taking it and it's getting shot down, then it's your turn to bring it up to us and say, okay, we'll accept this if you put it back on the table. But you can't keep asking me to keep coming over there and eating crow and asking for something, and you shoot me down, and you never ever take affirmative step to say, hey, let's cut this deal. That's all I'm saying.
It just sounds to me like you're willing to talk. And if that's the case, I just recommend that you bring it back forward.
I took you what my commission directed me to take you, which was not to put another penny on the table and to see if you guys would reconsider the offer. That's all I did. Speak to your lawyer, and I think he gets the information we got, and your opinion might change. I fuss a lot. I don't have a problem working together, but at the end of the day, I won't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I would not do that. We will stand firm on what we believe in. Well, I ain't eating no crow. I wasn't raised like that.
Well, but I got a comment. I got one comment on this. After the initial presentation and there was no agreement, what we thought we agreed to have the mayor and also our attorneys, our attorney and your attorney and the city manager to work together to work the deals out. That's what we.
We did. The stakes were too high. We did it. We did it.
But I mean, I understand.
It's not a plan. We made an offer. You rejected it. We appreciate the partnership between the city and the district. And it should continue.
Thank you, Mr. Buckles.
So we didn't get any direction on this we need to get some direction in terms of what we need to say, discussion direction on the agenda now. We
haven't finished the discussion. That was just a comment.
Okay, well, I just saw them leave the nice. We had a discussion now. We need direction, correct?
Well, we can continue our conversation about what we want to do moving forward about both of these facilities. No, they're both in the same conversation. They're on the same agenda item. We're going to continue to talk about both of them. And if there are additional comments from the commission or from you, we'll listen to them at this time.
I just want to reiterate what you said. Appreciate Taylor being willing to offer his opinion, but as I think you would agree, when it comes to potential conflicts, the ultimate decision will be made by the commission. Conflict with whatever advice of counsel we obtain. It's for us, in our opinion, to at least raise the alert about a potential conflict. And I conflict with opinions that we review. And I think that's something that probably needs to happen before there's, for instance, a vote taken to make a particular offer or to pursue negotiations in a particular fashion. Because I think when that vote is taken, if the conflict exists, then that conflict taints that vote. That's my city manager opinion, but I'm happy to defer to the city attorney as to what she thinks about that.
You need your microphone back though.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I agree with him. Any potential discussion that the commissioners have, the ones who have potential conflict with this, the employees of the school board, I don't think that you can even participate in any kind of negotiations or, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I can, but I had a question that's gonna pop up off of that. Being that there's three of us, like how would it work if, I mean, there's not, you won't have a quorum to make a vote. So how would
Yes,
that?
I've researched that also. Yes, there would be a quorum.
Okay.
The quorum is for the meeting. The ones who are eligible to vote without the conflict can then conduct the vote.
So that
basically be
So them two gonna be making the vote?
Yes, sir.
you heard that, Mr. Buckles?
So
just to make sure, make our point clear, we're pretty clear on the fact that it's not for they have a conflict. I think that's a decision that the city commissioner is supposed to make, but I think that you'd be well advised to consult with council before you make that decision.
Well, I'll go ahead and put it out there now. I'm not saying anything.
Well, and again, each commissioner has to make his own individual decision as to whether they're going to abstain from a vote in that situation or not. It doesn't preclude you from being involved in deliberation or making your comment. You just can't be a part of the vote. In your presence, if that was the case, if you had extensions, your presence is only there for the purposes of a quorum in an issue such as that. But you should get it, again, I agree, you should get advice from someone else so that you're clear on what the matter is. That's just based upon ethical opinions. And that's the difficulty. So when the decision is made to stop negotiations at that point, it's based upon protecting commissioners to make sure that nothing that we do, even if we do it and it's not intentional, is done that creates an unethical situation. That's the sole purpose. This is a rare situation where you have the majority of your commission employed by one person, by one entity. And so that's the difference in this. We found those situations. For example, we had a point where we had two commissioners that were employed by Georgia Pacific. And in a small community, this stuff comes up.
So hypothetically, Mayor, if within y'all negotiations, if you were okay with the deal prior to us coming to this point, what would have happened?
Prior to us coming to this point and gaining the information about the potential conflict, it would have been a vote. And that vote could have been deemed to be unethical if someone challenged it.
Right, so we knew prior because we know that 3 board members work for the district.
But we didn't know what the ethical opinions were at that point. And this is the first time that we've truly had an issue come up where it would be of a benefit to the school district. And it wasn't just some collaborative effort made on a community project or something to that effect, or it wasn't the school district asking for a permit to build for example, the bus depot. The majority of that stuff was handled, a lot of that stuff was handled through the planning board, and recommendations came from things of that nature. But this is different. It is absolutely different because the interests of the school district, in essence, can be deemed to be competing with the interests of the city. So, and that's the thing, and I want it to be clear. No one is saying that anyone from the school district or from the city commission has any intent to do anything that's not right. That's not what we're saying. All we're saying is we want to make sure that we protect all parties involved and we cover the law to its fullest ability. That's it. And so I'll cut the negotiations in the same letter again if I can make sure that I don't put anyone in a position where they find themselves having to speak before the attorney general or anyone else and have charges brought against them. So it can offend America, but I promise you, I will do everything I can to protect the people of this community and this commission. Any other questions?
I appreciate that, but I know I take the ethics course every year, and
This ain't in the course.
I'm pretty well.
This ain't in the course.
I'm pretty well versed on ethical issues or whatever, and I appreciate that. I run everything that I am presented with through our city attorney and our city administrator. So I'm making sure that I cover my bases because I know I'm not well versed in some of that law. So if I have any questions, I always refer to my city attorney and my city administrator, in addition to my own ethical values.
There's 110 years of legal experience that walked into a room together and research what we did. And that's just basic math.
Well,
It
I
is.
mean,
That's the math.
well, I understand that. But the thing with that is everything that we do or the negotiations should have all been done not behind the doors. And we were supposed to have our city manager as well as our attorney moving forward with the deal. There was no problem until the new
What do you mean?
negotiation came out. There was no,
What do you mean behind the doors?
well, you were negotiating, Mayor. You were the one that was negotiating. I mean, you weren't outside. You was in the office, right? I'm just saying. So my whole thing is
So
that
you saying I did something on that?
no, I didn't say you did anything. Not, I did not.
Because I can swear that everything I did, were you not fully aware of it, Mr.
Okay,
Holmes?
so this is where I think the confusion
Well, and
came.
that's where the problem is. The
confusion
the commission wasn't aware of a number of the different things that was happening, and then the next thing we knew, the deal was off. So I think that we just need to be timely, giving up,
There wasn't a number of different things that happened.
I'm just saying that the commission need to be apprised of if there's any negotiations or decisions or talks, we need to know so that we're fully aware. I got bronchitis.
Unless I missed this boat, didn't this commission say, Mayor, we give you authority to go negotiate with the district?
Okay, this is where I think the confusion came in. The confusion came in because we heard of the most recent deal, not from you, but from the other parties. So I think say that again.
Because y'all work for them.
But that's where the confusion came in. And that's why I think the concerns, because I voiced the concern, and then that's why I think all of that stuff came into play. However, that's where the confusion came, because we didn't know, but to hear it from the other entity was the gut wrench. And then when once we got a notification of the letter, I think that whole little situation caused a great deal of confusion.
That's where the confusion came in terms of timely notification to the commission. What happened as a result of the negotiations that was going on? So that's my point.
Well, can we give direction for the mayor? This is what you said, basically. Mayor, city manager, and the city attorney meet with the school district staff, their attorney, maybe the superintendent, to see where they could go on one last ditch effort to negotiate.
That was the
Therefore, we're doing it
original-
in good faith.
That was the
And-
original.
And then, and then the mayor, and then staff bring it back to us, and then we can make a determination that way.
Commissioner Jones, that was the
still bring it back.
original thing. Supposedly after the first initial offer, the next step was to have, and it came as a result when we were in the meeting the night that they was making the decision that the school district
But it changed.
attorney and the superintendent or designee would be working with the city attorney, administrator, and the mayor. So that's what the deal was going forward, to my knowledge. Is that correct? Is that correct? I mean, most of us was there.
My recollection is that's what the school board guys. I think you were meeting at that.
Right.
You were what they called you the director. So yes, I agree with you. That's what the school board said at their meeting. What the school board said or give direction.
But again, can we agree to give the staff and the mayor this direction right now? Because that's what they're asking us for.
Correct.
And move forward, and they could come back. If it's no again, it's no.
Absolutely.
But we want to at least go back to the table, okay? The direction is go back to the table, see what we get, and we can go from there.
Yes, and to just make a motion and say, point made, point clear. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I'd just like to make a direction and to have our city attorney as well as our city administrator, Don Holmes, to And the mayor, if he's willing to do that, to work with the school district to help see what we can do to come to some form of an agreement if we're still want to pursue the building. I mean, the Jenkins operations. I mean, we've gotten this far, so we just shouldn't just throw it away right now because we still are talking about plans of doing things in the vicinity. So, but that'll be up to the commission of whether they want to move forward or not. But that's what my recommendation would be. Just clearly say who will be involved in the negotiations, and that needs to happen.
So,
It's not, I mean, it's,
Just for the record, you're waiving any conflict.
except for legal opinion, you mean waiving what conflict? Conflict?
got a legal opinion.
If there's a conflict that currently exists, then that conflict need to be dealt with and cleared up.
It is. It's already said, there's a possibility.
I mean, okay, well, thank you. I mean,
Based upon general consent, how about I reconvene with, so that nobody's confused. We're gonna use the minutes this time, Sonny. I'll get with the city attorney and council again and move forward. Even though my last direction was not to offer another penny. So the new direction is to get with them again. And that is to reinstate the offer that we previously made.
Be clear, to get with them and see what you guys come up with that you could agree upon, or at least what the school district offer is. I didn't say make a deal, bring it back. Bring it back.
They already made the offer. We know what their offer is.
They're asking for us to come back to the table. And I agree that we need to go back to the table.
Yes, sir. I got you. Make sure that's clear. No, I know nothing anymore. Appreciate it. Moving. No, we talked about that. Let's talk about this public works facility. What are we doing? Are we keeping it on hold until, for how long before we figure out what's going on with this? Because we've got to make a decision. We bringing this back in 2 weeks?
Would you have had that conversation?
They're across the street. I can go talk to them tomorrow.
I just want to make sure, that's why I'm putting it out there.
In 2 weeks, yeah.
Mayor-
We'll know further.
May I make a comment? I've noticed a couple of references to 2 weeks. The commission isn't scheduled to meet again until February due to the second meeting in January being
Rural
canceled.
County days. Bring it back for the next meeting? Bring it back for the next meeting? Okay. We'll bring it back for the next meeting. And at the next meeting, we'll ask for direction if we don't have a deal on this public works facility. All right. Thank you. Next up, item number 10, set date and time for commission workshop concerning Jenkins Middle School gymnasium. This item, we asked to put this on the agenda so that we can start to have conversations. We apply for the grant for the facility. We've got new quotes as it relates to the roof on the facility as well. Some significantly lower than others. And we also want to talk about what the commission wants to have, what activities, what services we want to have in the facility. And we are inviting the community out to be a part of that conversation. And so my suggestion is we try to see if we'll be allowed to have that workshop in the Jenkins area. If we can't have it at Jenkins Middle School, let's see if we can have it across the street at Shiloh.
So, but the preference would be to have it at the gym itself?
The preference would be to have it at the gym. We could see if we can get the county to give us a waiver for that.
I think there's a possibility of that.
That makes sense.
it's a critical piece, and that way we'll have enough room to spread out if our numbers haven't changed. And so what, do you have any dates for that?
Is the commission looking at a January or a February date?
February?
Seven.
Yeah, the 7th through the 9th of the commission is out. The CRA does meet on the 14th. Is it the commission's preference to do it before, no, on its own date?
I need to cancel that meeting for the 14th anyway.
That's Valentine's Day.
We do it on the 10th. I mean, what you say, February
We'll be out.
10th?
Correct. There's a city commission meeting on at 6 o'clock on the 10th.
Okay, what about Friday?
Friday, the 11th. I don't currently have anything on that date.
No.
Tuesday?
No.
Or you want to just get the dates from people who would be available? Because I mean, I can provide my dates unless we just want to come up with one and see how that fits with everybody.
Yeah, let's provide, let's see if we can provide some dates
Can we not just have our commission?
during the middle of
meeting?
February.
Can we not have our commission meeting there and have this, I mean,
We got those other two things that we push back to the next meeting.
Based on what we got in the charter.
city-owned building?
Yeah, but the charter says City Hall.
Can you just get a date and then get back with us, or you have to do
Yeah,
it?
we can do it. Let's get dates and let's, everyone get with Ms. Krantz and let's see what we can come up with on dates for that.
Do we have connectivity there and so forth in terms of?
It was a school. We don't have it. I don't think we have any IT services there at the current moment.
Yeah,
That would be a big problem that I was thinking of.
Mhm.
We could just shoot that out or you shoot it out.
Pastor Evans, is it a possibility that we could use your church, which is right down the street? I know you got connectivity. And so we will definitely discuss that with you. See, I love. So we will make sure that we have that conversation. I'm sorry, that's Dr. Pastor Evans. So no, sir. Moving the agenda, if we'll look at that, if that it's okay, we'll bring that forward and we'll just make sure everybody has their ideas for it.
Can we go ahead and address, it's kind of moving forward, but we have some other dates and times that we need to set. Can we also take those in consideration? So once we get to them, we don't have to rehash when we're gonna meet.
Which ones?
On item 12, where we have to come up with the rescheduling of the airport advisory board, as well as a special call meeting for the CRA. Those are two that we're gonna have to, if we can go ahead and address those as we're trying to calendar stuff.
Can we set them for our next CRA meeting, just like we had before? Just before the next CRA?
The next one is on the 14th, so are we?
14th.
February.
I thought he just said council.
No, that's what I'm saying. Are we, I'm just talking about setting dates and times. Those are two additional things that we have to take in consideration take in consideration as well.
Previously on the item for setting the workshop date with Jenkins, you gave the directive that the commission get with me on the dates they're available. Does that apply to those two items as well? I believe is what Commissioner Campbell's asking.
Overall, I'm just trying to make sure.
Well, yeah, you got, because they got to coordinate with the airport advisory board as well, right? Because they're gonna need to be there as well. So that's
Let's do
gonna.
that. On item 12, let's do that. All right. Let me. Item number 11. Public hearings, adopting resolution 2022 R13 designating brownfield area of the city of Palatka, Florida for all properties located in the city boundary for the purpose of environmental rehabilitation and economic development. First hearing.
A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, designating a brownfield area within the city of Palatka, Florida for all property located within the city boundary for the purpose of environmental rehabilitation and economic development, providing for an effective date, providing for scrivener's errors.
I'll go ahead before we make any motions on this. I will go ahead and have the presentation done at this time.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Ben Piater. I'm the Development Services lead for Ayers Associates. I'm also the lead environmental engineer for the city of Palatka. I've been working with the city since 2015 in the role of facilitating their EPA brownfield assessment grants that have been a benefit to the city. I've been asked to present tonight a presentation on this program that the city is looking at potentially adopting. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here tonight, and hopefully that goes well. And can you all see my screen at this point? Okay. So the presentation tonight is going to hopefully answer some questions. I've been receiving a number of calls, as have city staff, related to this program. And hopefully this will answer some questions in advance of the public comment period this evening. So a little background, the city has a $300,000 EPA brownfield assessment grant that's currently being used for different environmental assessments and infrastructure design, and also to help to leverage other grants for redevelopment. A tool that to facilitate the developer or city funding is the designation of a brownfield designated area in accordance with Florida state statutes, section 376-77 to 85. It's called the Brownfield Redevelopment Act. And this provides and defines a geographic area and then provides a framework for individual site owners at their own voluntary discretion to then enroll in that program with the city. And that city would then facilitate coordination with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP, and in doing so, help to facilitate tax incentives and other funding mechanisms for those development and addressing contamination or environmental issues at that site. Should the city own specific properties in this designated brownfield area, they themselves would be eligible for those tax credits, which are also available for sale on the open market for monetary value. A few definitions of brownfield and the brownfield areas. So brownfield sites, as defined in statutes, is real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by actual or perceived environmental contamination. Later on, it'll discuss that it's primarily commercial and industrial. It almost always does never, or it almost always does not cover personal residential property. Brownfield area, as defined for this program, is a contiguous area of one or more brownfield sites, some of which may not be contaminated, which have been designated by a local government by resolution, which was read in part tonight. Such areas may include all or portions of community redevelopment areas, enterprise zones, empowerment zones, or other such designated economically deprived communities and areas, and EPA designated brownfield pilot programs. So just setting the table a little bit. So as we look ahead to future benefits, this would help the city advance their position for a 2023 EPA assessment grant, which has increased in fees up to $500,000, which could assist property owners with due diligence costs in assessing properties, creating redevelopment plans and sites within this area, and other benefits. It also, through the brownfield redevelopment area, provides voluntary tax credits through FDEP to encourage participants to conduct cleanup activities and move sites back into productive reuse. These credits are valued up to $500,000. There's also job bonus tax refunds of $2,500 per job. And there's also elements of refund on sales tax and use tax for building materials on qualified sites that are either enrolled in the area or even abutting qualified sites that go for home construction, affordable housing, or mixed use housing. So a little bit about the actions to date. per the statutes, we had to, well, first of all, we did an informational session on April 22nd at a city commission meeting. And in the packet you would have before you today, that's actually the presentation that's included in there. There's a little mix up on this presentation not being included. However, the next step was for the advancement of this initiative was a legal notice published at least 30 days in advance. And then because the city is a facilitator of open communication and notification with the residents, they decided to distribute a mailer to all the registered property owners through the Palatka Gas Authority that was sent out on January 6, 2022. Most of the public comments that I've received to date have been generated from this mailer that was sent out. Other general notes, this is a voluntary program. It in no way implies that any specific property within this area has any contamination or environmental issues. Typically only commercial or industrial properties meet this definition of a brownfield. Typically environmentally impacted properties are found in dry cleaners, auto body shops, abandoned gas stations, industrial properties, or in some cases residential areas. These generally tend to inhibit property redevelopment or property transfer. I spoke with one party actually today that was discussing his interest in pursuing specific properties within the city that was inhibited by some of these potential issues that were located on them. The initial approach here is defining the entire city boundary as the selected area rather than parcel out specific areas of the property. And for anyone within that property or in the community to take advantage of this program benefit. I wanted to note there's some comments as to possibly this area is too large. The largest area that is actually a brownfield designated area within the state of Florida is approximately 20 square miles. There are 537 total brownfield designated areas in the state. And I've got a couple of links here. And basically Googling brownfield designated area Florida will give you a lot of information about the program and then other participants in this program. And then owners can opt out of this program and area, and that is essentially what the mailer has offered up, a contact name and as well as the city contact to provide a written request to opt out of the program and area. The potential resolution as it moves forward, potentially into the month of February 10th is the next meeting date, would then list the specific list of properties that have no interest in being included in this area. Further contact information for those that may not have seen the mailer or would like to jot it down is on the last slide. And I'll leave that up as any further questions by the commission are asked. So as we look at the following steps, the first reading of the resolution, you heard briefly. I know the plan is to open up for public comments limited to 3 minutes. Following the meeting tonight, any modifications to the resolution may be made to remove property owners that chose to opt out. We're in the process of preparing another legal notice should this continue to gain momentum and approval by the commission here tonight that would define when that opt-out date would need to be into the city. We anticipate that being maybe February 1st or 2nd. That allows the formal resolution to include the defined and final list of properties that have chosen to opt out. And provided this continues to be a positive potential situation for the city, the meeting would be held on February 10th. And at that point, a vote would be held to adopt this resolution at their discretion. So with that, I'll end the slideshow. I'll leave this screen up here and for a moment, and I will open it back up to Mr. Griffith or the commission if you choose to have any other further clarifying questions or would like to discuss further.
Any questions from the commission at this time?
I just got a question on the opening up for the entire city as opposed to just what was historically defined as brownfield project, which included just a limited number of, so it would benefit the entire the city, residential, commercial, industrial, whatever it may be, correct?
Correct. There was some initial discussion with the city staff of trying to limit or define that area to smaller districts. The thought process was there's these kind of properties throughout the entire city in select areas of the city. I'm not implying there's major issues, but it allows that wide net to be cast, and should any particular parcel within that boundary, again, primarily commercial or industrial, that would want to take advantage of this program would have the option to do so. Alternatively, defining a smaller area then makes, if you wanted to take advantage of the FDEP tax credits and programs that are certainly beneficial to moving projects forward, you would have to start this process on the individual level for each area or even each individual site. So it basically streamlines the process for a development team, as opposed to kind of delaying things to have to go through this process, each time you would want to go through this.
Any other question, Commissioner Boyle?
Yeah.
Commissioner Jones?
Could you pull up that slide number 3 and show the potential brownfield designated areas so that we have people in the audience, they could see it, so we identify it.
Are you referring to the slide that was in the packet?
Yes.
Yeah, that I can grab that. That was not the current slide. That was from the April presentation that inadvertently got included in the packet.
Yeah, I would like for you to pull that up and get opportunity.
Okay, I will do that. Just going to give me a moment here.
If it's acceptable to the mayor, it would be quicker. It's in the agenda packet. I could pull it up quickly.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
So I also have a follow-up question. What are the pros and cons of opting out? Why would someone want to opt out of this program or be considered to be in? And I guess I wasn't privy to the conversation of staff. How did they come up to the conclusion to open it up to the entire city versus, I heard what you said, but what was the logic behind it?
Well, first of all, let me qualify this slide that's shown right now. This was initial discussion that we discussed in April of 2021 that included a portion of the city. I think it's since been expanded. I think Mr. Griffith could maybe talk about the rationale a little bit more as to expanding that footprint to the entire city. With regards to the advantages or disadvantages of opting out, I think it's maybe a perception issue for some folks, especially residential folks that don't feel that it's intended to include them. And I would say that's a fair assessment. It's not typically intended to include residential. However, if there are residential properties with historic, storage tanks or something like that, possibly that could be covered under the program, especially if it's in an area that may change zoning or be expanded on some redevelopment area. That would be a potential, something that could be covered possibly. But typically it doesn't cover residential properties. So residential owners in the last several days have kind of reached out and decided that wasn't something that they would like to concern. As far as commercial owners that would choose to opt out, maybe they don't feel they have the type of property that had any historic activities that may necessitate any cleanup or anything like that. And again, maybe it's a perception issue. My discussions with FDEP indicated that they didn't see any adjustment up or down on property values by the designation of this area. And they've offered up further assistance for any property owners that would like to discuss further as well. And I can provide that contact information at another correspondence as needed.
Well, I received phone calls as well from constituents that had lived or currently live or own property in areas where gas stations existed years past, and they're now residential areas. On the corner of, as I could think of, Washington Street and North 11th Street, we have a gas refinery, gas place there. You know what I'm talking about, Louis Roger Oil. There in that community, in that soil back there. Currently, Also, on Madison Street, we had a Tally Box Company in Central States. So we had a lot of industrial areas that I'm quite sure contaminated a lot of that soil back there. So would those be areas that we're closely look at to, for redevelopment or cleanup? They qualify?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's a voluntary program again. So if you had a prospective purchaser or maybe even the existing owner that would like to, make the property right and put a new, development of some sort on that property, that's the type of folks that then would then, if this program was adopted, they could then, now the infrastructure's in place to approach the city and say, we'd like to clean up this property. There's environmental issues. Can you help us facilitate the FDEP tax credit program? And the city would then coordinate with FDEP with the developer. So there's some staff time associated with this, but it would benefit through increased tax revenue of improved property values and so forth. But those are the types of properties that this is intended to do. But it's, again, entirely voluntary. It's developer or owner driven. You're not going to be knocking on people's doors or anything like that, trying to get them to do that. You may, want to promote redevelopment, but it's ultimately on the owner to move forward with the benefits of this program.
And some of those properties in the areas where we did the initial assessments.
Correct.
A couple years back, yeah.
And it's the last question. Also in that same area, and another entity actually owned this property, but it was a sort of like what we discussed earlier, a school that was left vacant. The school board used it as a bus compound, which quite sure some contaminated soils there in that building. That would be an opportunity, you think, even though another governmental agency owns it now?
I would say maybe. I've seen schools get assessment dollars to conduct asbestos, help to deal with the asbestos issues, potentially cleanup issues. And this is an environmental consultant speaking here, but I'd advise the city or any of our clients before taking ownership of property, conduct your environmental due diligence. It provides you liability protection in doing so. And so the answer is maybe, depending on the potential issues at hand.
Go ahead.
Well, I thought the definition of brownfield was that if you were within, I think it was a 2 to 3 mile radius or something of a contaminated site or something along those lines, that would qualify you for that designation.
The designation that doesn't quite match up with the designation of the Florida statutes and in general, like the EPA. It's usually idle or blighted industrial or commercial properties with real or perceived environmental contamination. So the proximity to something like that may be enough to qualify, but it's kind of on a case-by-case basis. Certainly, when we're looking at property transactions, we're looking at potential contamination sources, and that may very well be 1,000 feet away or something from a leaky, something that's got groundwater contamination that may be impacting a property. But typically, the property itself may not be considered a brownfield just because of that. So.
I'm going to go ahead and at this point, we're going to open the floor for public hearing. I got a number of speaker cards. So we're going to open the floor for public hearing. Public hearing comments will be limited to 3 minutes. At this time, I've got 4 cards. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak during public hearing, you can fill out a yellow speaker's card for me. First up is Allegra Kitchens. When you come up, just give your name and address for the record.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. You should not include the entire city of Palatka in this brownfield area designation, as the purpose of it is to help developers as shown by statements from staff and resolution 22-R-13. Here are some quotes from those sources. Couldn't make revitalization a bit easier and cheaper for developers if commissioners approve a move to establish a citywide brownfield area. Brownfield sites are typically industrial and commercial properties where hazardous material or pollution are more likely to be found, but citywide designation would allow brownfield status to extend to residential properties too. The approved resolution would make it less costly for private developers to refurbish the community. A brownfield area would add to the list of incentives, including the moratorium on impact fees, to encourage new development in Palatka. City initiated wide brownfield area designation in support of future development. By placing the entire city of Palatka under a brownfield designation, you are saying all property is or could be contaminated. As Mayor Hill always says, perception is reality, and this designation will cause folks to perceive our property in Palatka as contaminated. This will lower the value of our property when we try to sell and cause citizens to lose the dollar investment they have in their property, especially residential property. FDEP is wrong in their assessment. The wording in Resolution 22-R-13 contradicts itself, as it both says the brownfield designation is citywide, and then it says it's what is shown on the map in Exhibit A. Exhibit A does not cover the entirety of the city. Here are the examples of problems in Resolution 22-R-13. The title paragraph says designating a brownfield area within the city of Palatka for all property located within the city boundary. Paragraph 1 designates the entirety of property within the city as depicted in the brownfield area designation map attached in Exhibit A, consisting of parcels identified in brownfield area designation parcel information table attached as Exhibit B as a brownfield, but the map does not include the entirety of the city, even though the rest of the resolution says the entirety. Also, Exhibit B is not in the agenda packet or in the presentation. You need to table this resolution until the confusing and contradictory wording can be cleared up and the missing Exhibit B can be attached. You need to limit the brownfield designation to either those 9 sites previously identified in the 2019 study, which include the 11th Street corridor, Cypress Mills, the former Florida Furniture Building on River Street, or make it only the area shown on the aerial in the current agenda packet. Making a brownfield area designation for the entire city of Palatka will be harmful to the citizens' properties. It will give a bad perception of our city as being the entire city is contaminated by a brownfield. Please do not include the entire city. And yes, I've already opted out. Thank you very much. Unless you have any questions, I'll sit down.
Any questions?
But that resolution does need to be corrected.
Thank you. Ms. Kreider. Ms. Kreider has left the building. Mr. Parker.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, Tim Parker, 528 Kirby Street. I think the program should be an opt-in program, not an opt-out program. You can designate properties that are very specified. Of the 537 sites that Mr. Harris pointed out, or the associates pointed out, very, very few of them incorporate large areas. He mentioned one area that was 20 square miles. Most of these are very site-specific type properties. So I would have some questions that I would like to ask is what effect will this have on my ability or the cost of my homeowner's insurance? What effect will it have on my ability to obtain an appraisal if I'm selling my property? I spoke with an appraiser today who is backlogged. He can cherry pick the properties that he wants to go out and appraise if my home is for sale. He said, if I have a choice of appraising a property in a brownfield versus one not in a brownfield, I'm going to pick the one not in a brownfield every time. So you may never get an appraisal to sell your home. So it better be for cash. What guarantee can you give me that this designation will not affect the value of my property? So I would suggest that that you include it as an opt-in issue. If the only issue is to streamline the whole process, to just include a blanket number or a blanket area of the property of the entire city, that's not a good reason. FDEP has said there's no impact on value according to the associates, and no evidence has been shown to prove that. And remember, Mr. Jones, you were talking about the benefit to the property and that the people would like to pay to clean it up. Well, remember, this is not a tax. They're not giving you money to clean your property up. This is a tax credit. Okay, so you have to pay to clean your own property up, and then you get a credit, after it's cleaned up. So anyway, just a few of those observations that I made in a very short period of time. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Parker, can I ask you a question? when you do the assessments for the properties, does your valuation of the property, does that include any consideration of whether it's a brownfield or not?
So we have one designated brownfield that I did some quick research on before I came here, and that's over on Palm Avenue.
Mhm.
And that property does have.
The old gas station?
Huh?
The old gas station property?
It's the old FPL property, I
Hmm.
believe, over there, kind of across from the Ford dealership.
Right.
Building area.
Yeah.
So that property sold for about 60% less than what a typical industrial site would sell for. So that one, I think, is still classified as a brownfield. They've gone in there and they're doing what aggregate type business or landscaping mulch and anything that doesn't really have to impact the soil is what they're in there, I believe, doing. So yeah, it can have a definite impact on value just by the pure designation. And then I think as well, the steps that you would have to do to take to mitigate those particular circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
And Mr. Piata, has that been your experience as well?
I'm not familiar with the specific property. If it is included in the brownfield designation, there's a strong possibility it's got environmental contamination, and that is, and again, I'm speculating here, but likely the reduction in property value is due to the known environmental liability and contamination issues that are known at the site. Again, this in no way, this designation of this program in no way implies anything about any specific property within the area.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bingham.
Evening, Colin Bingham, 8237 Baytree Lane. As the developer of the Cypress Cove project and being a former demolition contractor and environmental remediation contractor, I'm 100% behind this and fully support what Ben and the city are trying to do. 100% behind it. Answer any questions you may have, or I can sit back down.
So in your past experience, have you seen, have you dealt with any situations of how the brownfield designation affects property values?
Once the property is cleaned up and all that work is taken care of, then it definitely increases the property because of the perceived notion of what could be there. So like Ben just said, if people think that there is contamination there, the property value would, what somebody's willing to pay. If it's cleaned up and has a clean stamp and it's all taken care of, your property value will go up. That property value will go up.
Any other questions?
Yeah, but for the folk that can't afford to get it cleaned up, it's not good. You're talking more of industrial building and going in as an investor. We're talking about residential who won't be able to, like Mr. Parker said, afford to clean it up. So that's apples to oranges right there. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Are there any other speakers? You can just pass your card if you want to.
Vicky Duke, 105 Carriage Terrace, Palatka, Florida. I'm just mainly concerned about the whole area of the Palatka being considered brownfield, just for the concern for the reputation for the city itself. I think it's a very bad idea. It makes us look like a toxic dump, and that's not what we are. But I think that's what we'll be perceived as. We have a hard enough time reputation wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Correa.
Roberta Correa, 118 Dodge Street, Palatka, and I own a commercial building on 715 St. John's Avenue. I'm opposed to this. I understand the benefits of being declared a brownfield property for that property, that it does have hazardous waste and has to have that cleanup done. And the positive environmental impact that cleanup after it happens can offer. However, the image of this city, there's always been a or there has been kind of a negative pride in place attitude here. I see it getting better. And then we top it with this image. I mean, I know there was a whole issue about the census dying city label, and it was kind of used in various ways, but it wasn't a positive label. I think this can have the same impact. Nobody wants to say, I'm going to visit the brownfield city. I just don't think it's a good idea at this point. I'd rather see it be site specific. Also, as a realtor, I don't see it as a good idea. But that's
Thank
my
you.
opinion.
Mr. Granger.
Thank you.
Mr. Granger.
Eddie Granger, 107 Fish Creek is my house, but which is outside of the city, but I own 701 St. John's Avenue. I talked to a specialist that's in it that deals with brownfield too, and he wanted me to ask what is driving it, what's driving this to happen. See if is it one of the industrial people that it's contaminating, or is it just for the city to be able to get grants, or what's driving it. And then he also mentioned he has heard sometimes getting loans is a little bit hard. If a bank finds out that you're in a brownfield area, some banks will not touch that loan. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I would ask that question. Or maybe the specialist would know that, if he's ever heard of that. That's all the only comments I got. Or maybe an opting in instead of an opting out also.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else at this time, we'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
I got a question as to, do anybody know how many cities that we have in the state of Florida that are designated as, the complete cities are designated as brownfield?
I was looking a little bit at the data this evening during some of the other discussion, and I think it's kind of difficult to parse that information out. It is a spreadsheet available to anyone that is willing to do so. There's certainly a number of parcels, or I saw the town of Esto, Apopka had a large, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Apopka had a pretty large area, but it's kind of hard to parse out the data. The largest was, like I said, 21 square miles. There's a few that were certainly larger than the city area of Palatka. Are there many of those? Not a lot. I'd say a lot of them are under, 500 acres or less. But, I think, I don't have that information, but it appeared to me that there were maybe a few that were citywide.
So the other question is there a time period in which are you always open to be able to opt in as a brownfield if by application?
I think the intention here is depending on the area designated, any parcel within that area would then be eligible. There's on the back end of this, it would need to be still defined and coordinated with city staff, and I'm not sure to what level they would take that, but it would be kind of an application process. So let's say you define some area, and let's say it's not even citywide. A parcel owner in that area could then have a little form that they would fill out, apply to the city, say, I've got this redevelopment project. Here's kind of the nuts and bolts of that project. It's going to create this many jobs. It's this type of zoning. It complies with our city plan. And they would present that to the city for consideration to get assistance from them in facilitating this funding process. So because this area would already have been defined and passed by resolution, whatever that area is, it now streamlines that process. The city could say, yep, let's get on this, and we can make that happen. I don't know if that answered your question.
No. My question is, if you're not in a defined brownfield area.
Yep.
Like say if we, at this very point,
Yep,
An individual property owner
yep.
could then make application to be determined to be a brownfield, correct?
Yep, so you have one of these larger properties, they could individually come in to be a brownfield designated area them in and of themselves. And then they would again have to come to this, it would have to be again, pass a two-city resolution process. One would be kind of what we're doing tonight, the first one, and then upon the second one, it would be adopted. It would still allow for public comment. That's a process established in the Florida stats, so.
And so it'd just be done site specific as opposed to in volume like this.
Yeah, so you're talking, a couple month process, your legal notice, all that kind of stuff. So that's the reality of what you're doing here. And if you have a lot of those, maybe it chews up your staff time and things like that. If it's not a lot, maybe not. But that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. I think to evaluate on an individual basis if it's a beneficial project to get to that point.
So the only benefit is just so the major benefit is you shorten the time period in which you receive your designation and move forward on your project by a few months.
That the FDP can probably answer that a little better. My experience with reviewing the program that's primarily the benefit, and it provides a broader area to facilitate that type of thing. But yeah, long and short of it, yes.
And so if we were inclined to accept the recommendation, we've heard from a couple of different people, including our county property appraiser, to create an opt-in method as opposed to opt-out. Could you still use the same public meetings we've had previously to do that?
Like you're saying, if it would tonight count for someone that wants to move a property forward, probably not. The resolution's pretty specific to what you're defining as the area. Now, to the public commenter regarding the the Exhibit A, Exhibit B, again, I don't believe there was an Exhibit A or Exhibit B. It was intended to be defined as a city, with the next meeting defining as the opt-out folks. And I think there's something like 35 right now folks that have opted out of it at this time. I could have it approximately. So there are some folks that are opting out. But that's the information I've got right now.
Yes.
So let's assuming that there was no designation of any brownfield area, but we opened up a time period during which everyone who wanted to be included in a brownfield designation would go ahead and notify us. One time we pass a resolution that has whatever number of parcels on it, but they're not necessarily in one concise defined area. They may be spread out throughout the entire city. Okay, I'm just giving you a hypothetical so that I can better understand. Let's say there are 20 parcels on it, they're spread out all over the city. Is it possible to do that at one time? Or are you basically saying that if you don't designate a defined area, then each of the people who would like to seek brownfield designation and assistance would have to make a separate application process separately?
I'm not sure that I caught all of that. I think did it have to do with defining one area versus multiple areas within the city at the same time, kind of thing?
I guess I'm asking, do you even have to define a generic area or a parent area, for lack of a better term? Can you just have individual sites all one resolution, but they might be spread out all over the city?
You could conceptually do that. I think it's pretty. I haven't seen that done. Usually they're contiguous properties in like a CRA zone or an economic development zone, specifically intended to overlay over something like that. You could conceptually stack a few of those zones at the same time into the area with a GIS map and a defined list of parcels within each of those boundaries. It kind of gets a little bit messy that way, but and that was intended. I think that was the intention of this was the castle wide net, so you wouldn't have to say, you know, this parcel, but not that one, this one, and because you don't know, you know, if we establish this, or not we, but if the city decides to establish this, in 5 years down the road, someone's coming in, the rules change in some fashion, and they've got an opportunity to move fast on a property, the pieces are in place, to do that.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I entertain a motion that we do not adopt this resolution due to the fact that it wants to include everybody. It affects the property value, it could potentially affect the property value of individual homeowners or landowners. And so for me, I motion to not accept.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So, that is a lot. That means y'all gonna talk fast. Adopt ordinance 2021-14, extending supervision of impact fees. Collection for 8 months, second reading.
It's
Thank-
2021-44.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This was originally from last year. The second reading fell into this year, hence the date. I'm sorry if that wasn't a question. Ordinance 2021-44, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending the city of Palatka ordinance 820, the city of Palatka 2008 economic recovery and incentive program, extending the suspension of collections of the city's parks and recreation facilities impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, road impact fees, and law enforcement impact fees for a period not to exceed 8 months, providing for notice of impact fees upon expiration of the suspension period and or reinstatement of collections of suspended impact fees, whichever comes first, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seeing no second. Motion dies for lack of second. You understand what that means?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In the absence of a motion, I would assume that your position impact the study or basis for determining appropriate or like what's in
I think it's a major compliance issue. I don't know, I guess.
I guess we
that's
gotta
the
figure out
question.
where we go from here. What do we do?
Well, the problem is right now, it's you revert back to your old fee schedule, but your old fee schedule, it drives you out of compliance with where you are. By approving the ordinance, you put yourself in a position where you got time to figure out what you're gonna do. So I guess the question is what's the next steps?
Go back to.
some basis for adoption of a fee schedule. That's sensible and it's been a challenge. I have great concerns if we reimpose the fee structure that was put in place 15 years ago. Is that what it was, originally passed 15 years?
07, 08, 08.
07. In here it says 07.
Yeah, I just.
The main issue I have is we knew that we needed to address this. Oh, never mind. I'll tell you my issue, but it have already been addressed. Why do we do it? I understand we didn't have people in place at that time. But in the absence or the way the board is feeling right now,
I won't say.
where can we go? Is that a legal question? Is that a city manager or finance question? Let's have some discussion. Mhm. Yeah.
As I advised you on the last meeting, when this issue came up for the first reading, that we are out of compliance, we're out of, is a statutory provision. In fact, Ms. Kitchens requested it, I sent it to her, that we have to comply with the statute. If we do not, we are out of compliance with the state.
So my other question would have been, we knew that this was coming up.
We discussed that.
So, I mean,
Commissioner, excuse me, I don't mean to be impertinent, but that's past. We
Yeah,
cannot
well,
correct the past.
yeah,
All
so
we
we're
can
here.
do Is to address this as we are, where we are now and move forward. And that's what we're trying to do.
and so it's back to you. So now what are you gonna do?
Now that y'all have.
Actually, it's up to this commission. It's actually up to this commission to
Exactly.
direct us what we're gonna do. And then that,
My vote hadn't changed since the last vote.
Well, I had a question. I mean, my question was the fact that why we even had the clause or the reverted clause back in there if in the event that it was not voted on and we let the time pass, then it revert back to the old fees, schedule fees. How, then that mean we will be out of compliance at that time too, right? Correct? But we know what was put in place, and that's what we were riding on. And that's what was in the ordinance.
The statute I'm telling you about now went into effect July 1st,
Okay.
2021. What it was 15 years ago, I can't tell you. I'm just telling you at this time, effective July 1st, 2021, there was a new standard established, and that's what I'm trying to get compliant.
So we just learning about this when it was
Yeah, a few
presented
months
to us.
ago.
We learned about this.
in the last 6 months. All changes daily. I mean, but I think my issue is even more so than all of that, that stuff. What do you do when that 195 unit apartment complex that's about to drop 28 million into a project says, you just ran my cost up $1 million? And who's gonna, I mean, at that point, I just wanna know who's gonna tell the taxpayers that we just lost this deal because we implemented impact fees or whatever within that time period.
If I might, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
Lisa Walsh, Planning Director. Impact fees do not go into effect until 90 days after an effective ordinance of community act. That's by statute as well.
And that means that if they haven't proved their permits,
Additionally, they would not apply to a development that already has an approved set of building plans.
but for those that don't, that are in the process and they haven't submitted their plans, then it applies to them, right?
They would have that notification that, yes, they were going to.
But what if they're not in, what if they've already gone, they're starting the process, they don't have an approved set of plans, and they're in the queue, and they've been having these conversations, they've identified Palatka as the place to be, and now all of a sudden, we run the ticket up.
Then they're gonna be calling my phone and saying, where's
No.
my approval?
Well, I've got an even more basic question. When you have the opinion of the city attorney saying that it would not be in compliance with statute, assessed or passed 15 years ago, have that legal opinion of record. Do you go ahead in spite of that opinion and reimpose those fees? Fairly basic question.
In my opinion, no. But again, I mean, in my opinion, no, learning that portion of it. But again, I mean, I was looking at least the options that we had, because initially what I was talking about was let's do the fees, but since we have that situation where we just learned 6 months ago that this was expiring and that we have to do an assessment to get the new fee schedule or whatever it may be, because we would be out of compliance, then that wasn't even an option. So basically, it should have been stated that here's the direction we need to go, period, and not let the commission be put before the commission to vote on.
She said it last meeting. She said it last meeting. That's why we took the position we took.
No, that was the initial plan, but then, so then basically this is just a procedural process, or you got to go ahead and just go with what you already voted on, if you learn something different.
Yes, Commissioner.
Our plan was to go ahead and the RFP is already prepared to commission the study.
To hit the streets.
We were going to be ready as soon as we had suspension from you, or basically stick up suspension, put it on the streets, get the study started, get the study done, give you a basis for imposing fees, and then have you pass the fee ordinance.
Right, well, my initial thing was I had reservations for it, and that's why I've changed my vote, but again, if this is gonna put us in a compliance issue, then I'm not gonna do that. So that's where I'm at with.
Commissioner Jones and I had extensive dialogue on our competing interests on this proposition, and council interceded and said that we were not in compliance. At that point, we had conversations as a commission about putting the RFP on the streets and making sure and using that 8-month period to be where we are. This passed on a 4-1 vote with Commissioner Jones being the only person dissenting at that point.
Correct. But we don't need to go back through all that. I have recollected now, and I understand very well. So that being the case, then why didn't Commissioner Campbell second it so that we can at least get a vote? So if we're gonna go that path. I'm just saying the motion died for lack of a second.
I'll entertain another motion.
So moved.
I'll entertain another motion. So there's a motion. There's a motion to approve. Is that a motion to approve?
Yes.
There's a motion to approve ordinance 2021-44. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Moore, and a motion is by Commissioner Campbell. We now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing at this time? You can fill out your card later on. Come on up.
I think the kitchen's 1027 South 12th, Florida. I understand the law, as Ms. Thomas said it to me, that as of July the 1st of 2021, you had to meet certain standards or you'd be out of compliance. My question is, all the impact fees that had not been changed when the law went into effect in January, in July of 2021, or did they all suddenly become invalid, and every city that happens to have ones they didn't update, they suddenly all became invalid? My deal was maybe, and I'm not a lawyer, I just play one on television, but my deal was
Perry
this.
Mason.
Why can't you, first of all, it's not reinstating the fees because you never uninstated them. You simply suspended them temporarily. Released the suspension and immediately, which you all voted the last time, to go ahead and send out the RFPs, and right away you're complying with the state statute, or you're attempting to, because you're sending out the RFPs to have a study done. Meanwhile, you're not reinstating anything, you're just lifting the suspension and continuing on with the previous impact fees. And if you can't do that, then again, I'll go back, how many cities had not updated their impact fees when the law went into effect on July the 1st? And if they hadn't updated them, did they all have to suspend or drop their impact fees? I think that might be an out. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but just looking at it logically, it seems like that might be a way out.
Maybe the question is, how many cities have not had impact fees in 15 years?
Well, most of them do. You look at St.
After they
Augustine, they just,
suspended-
in Flagler County, they just increased theirs. And I understand the deal about suspending
Yeah.
impact fees.
They got a
I
whole more
understand that
action going on.
there's developers waiting to develop property, some that haven't come forward and some that have, and then some that have permits. But the purpose of impact fees is to offset the impact of the city of Palatka from these developers. The developers make plenty of money and then they move on. But anyway, it's a conundrum, okay? Thank you.
I just name a developer that built something here lately. the question. So, is there anyone else here for public hearing? You want me, Miss Kitchen, is it okay if I mark down that you spoke on this item on your? Thank you.
It is important to note that we are still collecting water and sewer impact fees. We haven't stopped collecting water and sewer impact fees are being collected.
Okay. All right. So hold on. We're still in public hearing. Is there anyone else here for public hearing? Seeing nobody will close public hearing, Commissioner Jones. We're at that point. Are you at the end? Oh, you got a comment on this motion? Okay, nothing. Any other comments on this motion? I'm sorry. Seeing no further comments on motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 3-1. Second time around is much better. Moving on. Item C, public hearing ordinances. PB case 21-39, request to annex amend future land use map and rezone approximately 5 acres from county urban services to city public facilities, land use and county light industrial to city light industrial M1 zoning. Item, we'll go through the first one, which is annex ordinance 21-45, first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as 3885 and 3891 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177, part of the northeast quarter of official records book 974, page 313, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
I missed that. Would you do it again?
No.
Do it 2 more times with the other 2 ordinances.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
So move.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We're now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Hearing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item B, amend future land use map 2021-46 for
Thank you.
adoption.
Thank you. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from Putnam County Urban Service US to City of Palatka, other public facilities, OPF, with the following property: 3885 and 3891 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177, part of the northeast quarter, official records book 974, page 313, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second by Commissioner Bohr. We're open for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission?
Yes, Ms. Walls, what would that property be used for? Do you know? What's the intent?
This property is located next to the airport, and my understanding is that it's intended to make a new entryway into the airport to facilitate some traffic circulation.
City
It's
property?
City property.
That's what I want. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on, rezoning ordinance 21-47, first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Industrial IL to the city of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for the following property: 3885 and 3891 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177, part of the northeast quarter official records book 974, page 313, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. We're open the floor for public hearings. Anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion?
Yes. Ms. Walsh, that property? What would be the use for that property?
It's the same property.
Oh, okay. That's the one though.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. As we move on to city manager administrative reports, I'm gonna skip because we got a couple people who've been sitting here very patiently to item number 15, which is an emergency item at this time. Special event, number 2022 R14, special event permit for Bassmaster Elite.
A resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, granting a special events permit for the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, setting forth the provisions of the permit, granting permission to exceed allowable noise levels, allowing for the closure of certain streets and providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. for public hearings. I want to hear public hearing. Seeing no one, close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We got our members from the chamber here. We would thank you guys for being patient with us tonight. We're looking forward to Bassmaster Elite again. We're excited about what's going on. And you have any comments or you're good? Come on, Ms. Jones.
Thank you so much for addressing this item tonight. I did want an opportunity just to make sure we invite all of our residents and all of you to come join in all the festivities that'll start February 10th and be daily through the 13th. Launch is 7:30 a.m. It's a fun outdoor event to watch those bass boats take off on our beautiful river. Weigh-ins daily at 3 p.m. and a lot of outdoor fun and activities for everyone. A lot of family fun. Just want to invite everyone and thank you again.
Is there going to be a commissioner's corner with a tent or something?
Yes, sir. If you want one, there will be.
Okay.
I am not saying no about anything tonight.
Thank you.
And let the record reflect that an item was taken as emergency item because time was of the essence. By general consent of the commission. Sleeping on me. Next up. Going back to our financial report and budget update 2021, 2022 as of December 2021, Ms. Shank.
For the sake of time, we will go through this quickly. General fund revenues, we are on target. Just want to note that we are 25% through the year. This is as of everything that was posted in December. Do you have any specific questions about the funds? Have you had a chance to look it over?
Mr. Jones.
Yeah. When I talk about budget amendments, there's a few that I want to see if we could actually do a couple. And you could tell me, or could you research it to maybe, I think we skipped it when we talked about doing the resurfacing project. And we were talking about maybe using some of the Better Place funds.
Sure. So in the next budget, or would you like for me to send out your reserve balances to be included in this?
That would be great.
Okay.
And I know we talked about it some time ago but before we did the budget, and it was oversight on my part because I was adamant. I think we all talked about it, putting the restrooms out at Hank Bryan Park. We talked about the construction that was going on, and we mentioned it, like Commissioner Campbell said, sometime it was hot. We talked about it, and we did not. I didn't look specifically in there to see that we budget any funds for a restroom out there. And I know we talked about it. I don't know if you remember, or the commission remember, we talked about it, but it wasn't in there. And a reallocation for that project out, Hank Bryan, just one of the toilet.
If you remember, we had the conversation about that as related to ARPA, using the funding because you could do this, you could justify the sanitizing and all the other things as a part of what was in place to see if it was an allowable expense to put that restroom facility in out there. Right. So that was one of the things that we talked about that as well during that same conversation.
That would have to be done through the lost revenue calculation.
I didn't want to get lost in discussion where it shuffled in, but I know it wasn't in the budget, but I wanted to make sure that we move some funds around.
I don't think it's gonna be a significant expense to put that facility in place, but it's something that we can start to look at. And it's something we've looked at in the past as well.
Good comment. Good question. Good comment. Also, we need to have a restroom available at the riverfront as well. I mean, I get a lot of people who talk about having to relieve themselves of whatever it may be, and they going over to the church at the First Pres Church. I've been getting a lot of complaints from that area about people are not having restrooms. And so if we can just put porta potty, whatever it may be, somewhere down there, or something need to be available to the community. We have these parks and facilities in place. We're a city, and we should at least extend that opportunity so people can, use the facilities.
Open ship store.
And
Been a lot of kids. Been a lot of kids hanging out at the park after dark.
but
Teenagers.
And, I think, I think we ought to set something up as it relates to when the commission make a comment or a request, we should have like a commission, action items, for going forward so that these things don't get lost. We have an action item register or something that when we put things in, that they don't keep dropping off the list, so that we have to keep bringing them up.
So one of the ways that we can do that is if you have something that you want to put on the agenda, they can send you out we can do it the same way they kind of do it from the staffing perspective, where you can put your agenda request in within, 7 days before. So within it, what day is it that you have your final request put in?
Well,
Right.
well,
So the Friday before the pre-agenda meeting. So you can put, we can put a calendar notice in so that everybody will know that starting out, so they'll know when pre-agendas are coming up, or when it's time to put your request in, and they could just submit it that way in case it's something that we need to follow up on and we miss it. Does that make sense?
yes, but no, I'm thinking, yes, in a sense, but we've had things that we voted on, action items or whatever, and sometimes they get lost in the shuffle. I think if we just had something that we can still bring it in that format, but then have those things continue carried on as action items until they're either addressed or we pull them. I mean, that's my point, because there's things that we vote on all the time that sometimes get lost. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Jones, you good? All right, we've gone through setting the dates of these workshops. We're on to commissioner comments. We've got a couple more emergency items. Discussion and direction to emphasizing code compliance and street repaving repair of sections of Madison Street, utilizing Better Place funds. We've already discussed that, correct? So we'll hold it until he comes back. Okay, let's do adopt resolution 2022 R15 to reject all bids for invitation to bid 2021-20.
Are we doing a motion to accept as emergency or the consent item language you just mentioned?
Hold on. H2S, we're gonna do a motion. HS scrubber, Acelor media, and fan replacement for RC Willis water treatment plant. I entertain a motion to accept this as an emergency item.
Second.
Time is of the essence. There's a motion for in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Essentially, we had two bids on this particular item. One was significantly greater than the other. The higher bid, the losing bid, protested because they alleged that the winning bid was out of compliance. Essentially, the winning bidder failed to sign a sheet saying that they have read all of the addenda and agreed to abide by it. That was a specific requirement of the bid package, so I did not believe that could be a breakable irregularity. However, the other bidder, the high bidder, the losing bidder, also failed to comply with an essential element of the bid pack. So we basically would ask to reject all bids, and we're already putting it back out for rebid.
Any comments from the commission? If not, I entertain a motion.
Motion to, that's the one that was C, right? Motion to approve.
There's a motion to accept staff.
Ex-
Is that a motion to
Accept staff recommendation.
Motion to accept staff's recommendation. There's second.
Reject all bids.
Second by Commissioner Campbell. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will wait for Commissioner Jones.
Briefly, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, we had a significant interest in staff person since our last meeting. Cutting a pipe in a trench, soft kickback, and get him across the nose and cheek. Very serious. Fractures. Just wanted to bring it to the commission's attention. One, the other members of the team got him out of the hole. Applied first aid, actually did a great job of dealing with him until the medics got there. You can imagine with a facial wound, there was significant bleeding. He was on my trauma hospital, out of the hospital right now. He's still got a pretty good feeling ahead of him, but just want to call out your staff for doing a great job under really trying conditions. One of your fellows, I won't mention, when I got there, had blood on his face, on his hands and everything, and I said something about, "Are you okay?" And he said, "I ride bulls. I'm just looking at blood, but it's my own." So he had done a pretty good job of applying compress and trying to suppress the bleeding until trauma helicopter or until ambulance got there. So mention that. Going to item 14, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner had asked and had met with Jonathan and myself about the possibility of looking at a road in Palatka and systematically go basically from one end, or at least that end where it showed significant defects, to where it wasn't, and all the way to its end, and doing some kind of systematic improvement of the area by one, concentrating code enforcement, but at the same time concentrating improvement of the roadway, if that meant repaving or whatever it meant, so that we basically had a facelift of the area, both private property and our property. There really wasn't any money budgeted for it, but with we talked about the possibility of us diverting Better Place funds to that, which are discretionary, as you know, and then take a project that was in the Better Place plan and that was utilizing Better Place funds and funding it with ARPA money. So bringing it to the commission to seek the commission's guidance as to whether or not that's something the commission wishes us to pursue. We had talked about singling out Madison Street, if I'm not mistaken, as the road that we start with, from I think Fifth, was it, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir.
And going westward, and so that's the request or question for the commission and directions to staff.
To elaborate a little further, those roads that we were pretty much accused of not paying attention to, and you talked about it as well, or taking a tour, that was the initiative to be Operation Resurface. Fifth Street on Madison. City manager and I wanted to try to do the whole side, and systematically, we said, okay, it's a two-pronged approach. Going in with the codes, beautification project, to sum it up, that's what it is. And because of the spare on those roads, some of them are bricks that can't be really repaired, so they probably don't have to be resurfaced. It's just point of finding funds to make it happen. And we didn't want to take a huge project that we couldn't, a huge undertaking that we could not fund. What we said we would do is take Madison and Olive Streets and go from 5th to 20th doing this. And simultaneously, there are some code enforcement actions on those same streets. So what we're doing is trying to just get rid of blight and slum in those areas. And this is a way that we actually communicate it to the people that's going to be directly affected, and let them know that we're not trying to bring these actions on them, particularly as a person that's been pointed out, However, we say, we got the motto, if we see something, say something. Okay, we see the need of our streets need to be done, as well as some housing need to be, properties, I didn't say housing. Properties need to be paid attention to. So I wanted to propose to the commission that we can move forward with making something like this happen. It's a concentrated effort with the entire commission, not me. It's just something that we, an initiative that I think we could achieve by going over, making those areas look better. And EMS, law enforcement, they all travel those roads. Matter of fact, when we did the Christmas gift giveaway, the firefighters was talking about the challenges that they have on some of those roads, you know, being so broken up and bumpy. So I just wanted to be able to communicate that to the commission since we haven't had opportunity to speak on it. And thank you. I want to say thank you to the city manager because he took the time out and we rode those roads and looked at these properties, and we know it's a need and nobody was overlooking them. It's just trying to find the funds.
Any comments or questions?
I mean, but yes, those are some of the areas we want to improve anyway. So I think, you know, helping to remove the blight and improving the drivability of some of those, I think, you know, but I think we're gonna need to prioritize how we approach all of that. Maybe all the funds may not go to that, but we can phase it in. And again, like you say, that Fifth Street it certainly needs some help over in some of those areas, and some of the houses and in buildings certainly need attention.
Because if you think about it, we're gonna have a ball field down there finished soon, and people are gonna be coming through this community. And we don't wanna have a grand park at the end of the road, but to get to that park, we tear up our car. So I just thought that would be something that we could all take pride in doing here in our community. So I would like to, that wasn't an action item, was it? Just discussion?
Discussion and direction.
And so I would like to ask the commission to fully support this, and let's move as an initiative of fighting blight, slum, and resurfacing the streets as we can. As for prioritizing, I think that should, you know, should be something that we should take pride in trying to make happen sooner.
You also add to that, you got a couple streets that are off of major vessels that are unpaved.
Yeah.
I think we need to at least get a list of the unpaved streets and maybe set up I think we just need a 10-year plan on paving. Ultimately, and prioritizing what we can do and how we can address it. And so if we can get it, I think if we can get a 10-year plan put together just for paving projects alone, that gives us an opportunity to really do the same thing we've done with infrastructure from the potable water side, long-term, as it relates to where we are. I think the other piece of it, I think the RAISE project itself is going to create the byproduct of that grant is going to be street improvement, because the infrastructure underneath is improved. You know, you're looking at street, again, I'll go back, you got streets like President Street that, again, they were just streets that were brick roads that were paved over and never really fixed properly. And so, you know, South 13th, South 13th, South 15th, there's a couple of different areas. Even if you look right off of St. John's Avenue, there's a backside, there's a neighborhood that is in the same shape, right behind it, off of the 20th to 22nd Street. There's an area over there, it's a brick road, and it's the same circumstances. Right. And so we're having those things in various places. And I think, you know, the more we continue to push out and plan, we can start to truly address it, and we can beautify it. But, you know, we've constantly talked about it. We've applied some grant funding towards the improvement of the overall streetscape on 10th and 11th. But I think 11th Street is a critical vessel to the whole project, because we're talking about rehabbing the 11th Street Business District and actually creating an intermodal transportation hub. You know, you've got to look at the infrastructure aspect of it. And so RAISE is going to help us do a lot of that.
contract. right?
And
Those are some
and
of
that's a
the-
part of, that's gonna be a part of raise, I think, well, it's gonna be, part of it is.
Yeah.
And so those are the things we gotta look at, and I think prioritizing, getting that information over to staff so that they know exactly what our eyes are on. And I think it's across the board. You know, the other thing is you look at, the other thing is we gotta have a conversation with DOT, because Reed Street has a whole bunch of spots where we're starting to see pavement come up. And it's happening over and over again. But the other piece is being able to really push forward with code enforcement aspects of it so that all that stuff works hand in hand. And it just can't be a one-man show. If we're gonna think about anything in the future, we think about, do we want to have a one-man show in codes? So I think there are some valid points there. As we talk ARPA, we've got to look at ways in which we can use it. That's gonna be best. Yes, sir.
I think it goes back to those, that was one of the reasons why I initially wanted to go on the tour, so that we were made aware of a lot of those things. And I know that we ran into some conflict with schedules, but I still would want to definitely make sure that we make that a reality within the next couple of.
You ran into conflict of the rules.
Huh?
Sunshine.
When I took my ethics training. Came up, and I actually a case on the can't do. I'll push the case out to tomorrow. Around the tours, were a violation of the sunshine law, even if you separated the commissioners and came back and had a full-scale discussion with the public, if you ask questions, so we probably won't do that.
So you can't ride with us again, Ms. Kitchens.
He's absolutely right. Yeah.
We did it. No,
No,
and so
no.
he actually made a call on his training, and so they've got a new rule.
He's absolutely right. I just completed it on 2 days ago. And he's absolutely right. There's some new broader things that wasn't included in last year's. The laws has changed on a number of things that is new now that weren't there before. So, yeah.
Told you the laws constantly changing. So,
Well, I still would make the recommendation that we as commissioners get just how you did with Commissioner Jones, that
you can do the virtual too.
that's
tour.
what I was gonna make that suggestion, but I ain't want to be too technical. So I
So,
already say I'm a millennial, so.
all right. Any direction that we need as far as that's concerned?
I'm ready.
Yeah, I would like, I know that there are plans for those roads to be touched, but the direction I would want to give is that our street department, along with Jonathan, pardon? Oh, no, but I want to kind of give you the overview though. Get with them on the roads that already have had infrastructure done to them, that they'd be okay to us to get the funds to go ahead and pay them. But in the form of a motion, I would like to entertain a motion to carry.
Make a motion.
Form of a motion. I'd like to make a
motion.
motion to carry out an initiative to repave these streets, and we identified them earlier. Madison Street, Olive Street, and North 18th Street, along with code enforcement actions, those same areas.
Second.
We'll address it. There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
And is there a second?
Yeah.
There's a motion for 40 seconds. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On the code enforcement side, one of the things that we have to look at is, are we gonna go back to proactive code enforcement or reactive?
Well, with regard to this project, we talked about deviating from our established practice of operating on a complaint-driven basis, but it was a special emphasis where we would send out letters in advance. That's what we talked about. We were taking out a block or two at a time. You know, paving costs well over $1 million a mile. So when you talk about Olive and Madison and another street, I don't know whether you got that much money you could pull from your ARPA money or your Better Place funds. I don't know what the total amount is. So what I would envision doing is
It's 5-4.
Isolate what we think we can substitute, get an amount of money, and come back again saying, this is what we think we can spend and free up with ARPA money, and then we can move forward. But with regard to the initiative that Commissioner Jones wanted to do, my suggestion and thought was that we take a block or two, whatever we start, where our starting point is, send out letters saying we're going to be initiating this project. Simultaneously with our work, we're going to ask you to do your work by bringing your property into compliance. If we don't get compliance, then go ahead and work with those on a code enforcement basis. That's what we discussed, but that's why I'm coming to the commission and asking if that's something the commission is good with. So in answer to your question, Mr. Mayor, for the purposes of this particular project, this beautification process, as the Commissioner referred to it, we were going to go to a proactive form of code enforcement in conjunction with our trying to repave streets and basically up the game on our end of the equation.
So,
That was the plan.
yeah, so why don't we go ahead and just build that discretion back into the system so that code enforcement can have the option to do that when they see things that they know, even outside of this particular program, that they see things in the community that they know are wrong, so that we can get that done. That way he has the discretion, even though he's a one-man show, he has the discretion to do some things autonomously. And so, and we can have a discussion at the next meeting. I would suggest that we have a discussion at the next meeting, bring it forward to go back to, we can have, we can still have our complaint-driven process, but it doesn't have to be limited to complaint-driven process. The code enforcement officer has the ability to initiate claims on his own if he sees it and it's egregious. And then the other piece of it is, and I think that's a critical piece, bringing that forward, and then also looking at the consideration in the near future to bring on a second code officer. So, can we get that on, is that okay with the commission? To put that on the agenda for the next meeting?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell? Thoughts? We know it's 9 o'clock. We know it's 9:30 in Alabama. But we're gonna go from there.
And we also own that, while we own streets and different things of that nature, we do have the ability to work with the county that has a dirt to pay deal, which we can also help with some of the paving projects. Just kind of, just saying.
Motivate the county to use some of its better place funds inside the city on their paving projects.
Absolutely. So we need to see.
As opposed to just paving roads in county areas, but do some paving in the city as well.
Right, and I got the full scale list here, which doesn't do the city much good, and we'll work, I guess, work with the city manager to see if we can kind of help.
Okay.
Get some help.
Okay, I think we've covered all of our items on this agenda. We'll move to our reports, Chief Shaw.
Good
I
evening.
provided all of you a copy of our UCR NIBRS report, as well as an updated status for the homicides, most recent homicides since 2020. One thing I do want to point out on the UCR NIBRS report is that this is the end of the year, and we are tentatively set at a 19-point reduction for UCR. And as you know, this is our test time and test year for NIBRS, and we're at 27%. It will be a 27% increase if we were comparing it to UCR. For both reports, if you have any questions, I am prepared to answer any questions.
Go over your, I think on your highlighted areas, you had a couple areas that you had marked in yellow. Go over those highlighted areas, the yellow and green areas, showing what your changes are so that they'll be there.
Sure, when we're talking about starting out with the classification of persons crimes, up top, you have battery associated with increase in UCR, and it will be a 12% increase if it was compared to UCR and NIBRS. In aggravated battery, or I'm sorry, aggravated assault, you have a 6% increase. It would be a 21% if compared from NIBRS. The total of violent offenses is down -15%. It'll be a -3% when NIBRS come into play. Domestic violence overall is only compared on the UCR side, and it's being tracked a lot more with the increased focus on domestic violence, and it's at a 29% increase from last year. Moving on to property.
So NIBRS just does DV as battery itself?
Yes, it's going to be included in another area, and you'll see it under where the total offenses in all other areas. You'll see it associated to those other crimes, because domestic violence is actually falls under a battery or assault. Moving on to property crimes in the area of fraud, you have a -49% when it comes to UCR. UCR being compared to NIBRS is a 6% increase. Larceny is a 13% increase for this year in UCR, but when compared to NIBRS, it's a 27% increase. Overall, total property offenses is a -34%, and with NIBRS, it'd be a -26%.
So whether it's a retail theft or a regular theft, I mean, I know what it is, but for this purpose, larceny is theft. But retail theft is just from stores or merchants? Is it broken down like that?
That's correct. It's
Okay.
retail establishments, and that's how it's reported. We basically report it the same way we have to report it to UCR or NIBRS in those categories.
So burglar, all right. I got you.
Any questions for that?
No.
Moving on to the other classifications, under other miscellaneous, and this is a big area where we're going into, especially with NIBRS. It's not an area that was usually associated in the UCR, but it's 11% increase. And it comes to the total again in that area. With, again, NIBRS is 161% increase. Again, UCR is 11% and NIBRS is 161. Total crimes brings it to 162% with NIBRS and 11% with other crimes. And total altogether is 19% and 27%. There is one additional crime. You'll see, actually, it should be 2 additional crimes. I apologize. It should be for total crimes 917 and not 916 for the bottom, which is going to be the increase will be the same, about 162%.
You got 400. You got roughly a 400 crime distinction between NIBRS on your total other crimes.
Yes, sir, that's correct, because NIBRS is going to include, when I explained it earlier this year, NIBRS brings in more categories. So it's going to include more Part 2 crime that's not included under UCR. So when we're looking at NIBRS, we're bringing in, with UCR, you had Part 1 crimes and Part 2 crimes. It didn't include all crimes that would be associated within the city, all crimes that occur within the city, just certain crimes with UCR. With NIBRS, it includes everything, so that's why you see the all other. So if I had when we look at a battery and a theft to go along with it, you would only take that battery and not that theft, because it's the first one under UCR. Under NIBRS, you include everything, and that's why you see the significant rise in the numbers on the other side. This year being a test year, you don't have those numbers to be able to compare to UCR like we would do in the past, because this would be our first year under NIBRS.
And that was going to be my question: is your total crimes are 1,100 under UCR, but it's 1,700 under NIBRS?
That is correct.
And so that's because they've got additional categories.
That's correct. So they'll bring in more crimes.
But that's more accurate, like true numbers though, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's why they're moving to NIBRS, so that they are having a more, it reflects a better reflection of the crimes that's occurring within the city.
And so as it relates to using the number, a 27% increase as the standard of where we are from a crime perspective, do you have, I guess, some type of written plan or strategy, I'll say a crime prevention strategy, to employ some of the things that show the increase in where you are from the
Yes. To answer your question, we've already begun looking at some different things and putting in place some practices that we're working on and hoping to, as we begin beefing up staff, hoping to make it as permanent. It is being effective to our numbers as it is now. The difference is we're not comparing NIBRS to NIBRS because, again, this is our first year pulling all those crimes in together. We have had the opportunity to look at the last 2 months because we learned about it last year, and we can see where it would be a decrease.
Yes.
So we're affecting some solutions, putting them into play with the personnel, and it's addressing a reduction in crime.
So like I'm thinking of like some of the stuff that Steve Belt was doing over in Gainesville with the BOLD program with the auto thefts and things of that nature, where we're seeing a lot of the teenagers that 18 to 20, well, that 16 to 25 category be involved in a lot more of this crime stuff. Are we implementing any preventive programs from that standpoint to try to deal with those issues? And I know a lot of it's relationship wise, but
For us, that specific example, we're not experiencing. We are seeing younger individuals addressing auto theft.
it's 32.
But we are looking in a different area where we're being affected more so on our higher areas with retail theft and the actual violent crimes for battery and things of that nature. We are in some manner looking at programs to address our high crime, or we're affecting our high crime rate to reduce those areas.
And then I guess the last thing is we're hearing conversations of, I guess, we call them cliques, I guess, when we were kids more, and that some people are identifying as gang activity or things of that nature, where kids are organizing. Are you seeing an uptick in that activity?
We are hearing more and more about it. We have been working a lot with the school system. So especially with the new move to the school system, you see it more affected with the younger kids moving into the high school. And we're communicating a lot to identify who those individuals are and working to attempt to remove them from that element or to once again begin to eliminate those groups as much as possible.
Any other questions from the commission? Thanks, Chief. Ms. Walsh?
Oh, as it relates to some of these things, now, I know there wasn't any crime associated, but there's some elements and different things of that nature that's been happening over I guess since we got you on the north, in the north side right there, Washington and 16, 17, those blocks. Are we putting anything in place to kind of help with those situations that pop up like that, like continuous monitoring and different things of that nature?
Large gatherings.
Are you're referring to
Large
like on
gatherings,
Christmas?
large gatherings.
We have. I've spoken to the city manager. We've also put some different things in place that dealt with staffing. We began communication with the sheriff's office in an attempt to get ahead of it. One thing we know is when they find out how we identify it, they change it up. But we have increased staffing. We've done some different things. One of the different things we're doing, and I'll just mention this as a practice right now, is the city has been divided into 3 districts. And we have supervisors over each district, and we're working through them to be able to communicate and reduce the crimes in the districts.
Because I do know we do have a substation over there and thought we were going to be having more presence in the area. And also, just looking back at some of the video which was disturbing, we had an individual out there with a AK style rifle, and you can clearly see it. And we have our youth out there. We have people who live in the area, and these people are directly, could be impacted by people who are carrying assault style weapons. And I've shared that with, I haven't talked to you about it, but I've talked to another officer as well as city manager. I showed him what my concern was, at least.
Yeah, we were aware of the event. One of the problems in attacking the event is on a pop-up event like that, it's very easily posted on social media. It doesn't need invites. It doesn't need any power. But if we're not aware of it in time, then we don't have the manpower to be able to address it after it occurs. To answer your question in reference to the substation, for manpower, with the shortages we have, we put everybody effective on the street to address the issues as much as we can. And we haven't been leaving anybody in the substation or sitting in that area. We've been addressing different complaints, whether it be Bronson Street for speeding, whether it be Ocean Street for some thefts, or whether it be Washington Street just for the loitering. So we're having to move as much as possible and use the staff we have to address all of those areas at once.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but the last comment on it, but the thing with that is, my understanding is a year-over-year thing, because I mean, I've been called out for Thanksgiving, Christmas, not just this year, last year. Remember, we talked last year.
Yeah, not about Christmas. This is,
Thanksgiving.
we've had repeated incidents for, and we build up for them, and we've been doing it over the years for New Year's. Christmas this year was
2020. You remember, I called you directly, but whatever, we had Mr. Harrell, and I had video evidence of these things, but it seemed like they happen annually. So if we're gonna be having those type things, and most time they're happening after hours, you know, when you have, I don't know if the proper level of staffing is there, but I think if we have some more proactive things that's going on, I think we can get ahead of the curve, but we'll work it out. It's just my concern, and I know it's killing the community.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I have one other question. This reference patrolling. City manager and I had a conversation. We was talking about the restroom use at the parks. That comes up again. And I think that, I don't know who locks them up or whatever. So the question was, is it out of the question to ask law enforcement to, which now that they have zones, so parks will essentially be in their patrol area or whatever. Could they go by and lock up the parks or double check the doors are locked at a certain time? Could that be part of the routine check or checklist of their patrolling? Would that be a problem?
We at the police department are team players. If we're assigned something to do, we'll gladly do it. I'm not going to tell you that that'll be a problem at all. We'll do whatever that's needed to do as best as we can. It was something that was moved from before as far as locking up the cemeteries. If it's best for the city for us to begin locking up the bathrooms or whatever it is, then we'll do the best we can and make sure that happens.
And the reason why I'm saying corporate, if they're in the area and patrolling anyway, just like we had the vandalism at the cemetery, you know, if they're riding through there, maybe they could have saw it earlier or some evidence earlier. I'm just saying, I just don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's actually a good idea to be able to do that. I just want to know, do we have the capacity to make that happen? If so, I would like to see that happen. Yeah. The time of lock ain't gonna prevent that vandalism, huh?
Kick the door in, you pull it out.
That's in two parts, because the other thing we found is with the cemeteries, it was easier to leave the gates open than to have somebody get locked in and they're replacing the gates.
Who else we have on the line? Is there anyone else who has a report before I go through everybody? It is now 9:56, 10:56 in Alabama. If there's nothing else, Mr. Holmes, you sure? Council, you got anything else? Commissioner Campbell, you got anything? Commissioner Jones, you got anything? Commissioner Board, you got anything?
Yes, really brief.
You better get hit.
Well, I've been on the advocacy committee, and the last time we didn't have commissioner comments. So when we ended our meeting, so as part of that, you know, they got House Bill 403, which some people might be aware of, which if we pass, if city official, I mean, if cities or municipalities pass a law that impact a business, they could potentially file a lawsuit against the city for an ordinance that if they say that they had some financial loss as a result of that. And so what this bill is saying is that it's going to require a business impact analysis to be done prior to passing an ordinance. You're gonna have to take those things in effect as it relates if you would maybe potentially harm a business or whatever. And I think the cap was, I think, around 15% of that business impact. But that's what we currently got in play. And basically, if they file it, they looking for attorney fees and the I guess the amount that the businesses feel like that they've been impacted by. That's what's on the plate. And we got also coming our way, House Bill 105, Senate Bill 224, that deals with smoking in public places, that they, not public areas that people have access to. And that means beaches, parks, just public areas. And they want the ordinances to be where it's more restrictive as opposed to for smoking only. And those two bills are pretty much sitting out there. Those are things that we're going to be having to face sometime in the near future. So just looking forward to support of the commission and have our city attorney and city manager to start looking into some of those things, because that's something that is under our umbrella.
Anything else, Commissioner Ford?
That's all I have.